Alright, cool. Hopefully I am live. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't break because I just alt-tabbed out during the intro. Okay, it is actually working. Okay, so this is not my first world. This is my second world. First time streaming the second world on YouTube though. Wow. Wow. So this is my world. This is oh, that's a new species actually. I don't reckon. Whoa, those are big. Dentalips. Yes, I'm getting big fish. God damn, are those bigger than the Merciums? I think they are. I got some big boys developing. I'm getting large sea fish before I'm getting any sort of land animals or land plants. I guess that's because of the harsh environment. So I basically hit randomize a bunch of times on my first world, but I did a lot of the same stuff as I did on this one, which is that I only made one animal and algae. Oh, hey, Game Slayer. Welcome to the YouTube. Congratulations, you were the first chatter. um, so yeah, I basically made one animal and then all of these animals evolved from that one animal. A lot of them you'll see though, this is an order of amount, so a lot of these ones later on only have like one or two. Oh, I actually do have a land plant again. But this is the first planet that I actually custom built. The problem is my first time custom building a planet, so it's pretty much just as harsh as my old one. For different reasons. My old one was too cold, and this one is too hot. It does have a cool geographical feature over here, though. That island actually turns this part into a pond when the sea level is just right. So we might get some convergent evolution over here, which is pretty cool. Oh, no, it's this pond. That's what I'm talking about. When the sea level drops, this becomes a pond. Becomes part of the ocean. And when it's... No, when it's raised. When it's dropped, it becomes a pond like this. I got that backwards. So yeah, hopefully I'll get some convergent evolution there as a result. Oh, really? Well, this game's awesome. It's a solo indie game. I don't know if I put that in the title, but it's a solo indie game about evolution. And so yeah, the way that I'm playing it, you can be really hands-on if you want. Like, you can control literally everything. You can raise the temperature of your planet, raise the sea level, you can cause meteorites and wildfires if you want, you can build animals and plants to be perfectly suited for your planet. Or you can do what I did, which is make one fish and one algae, and then kind of let evolution do the rest, because there's also random mutations that you can turn on. That's the time jump button. There's random mutations that you can turn on. And then it will just sort of take whatever exists and evolve it. So that's what I chose to do for this planet. I think it's the best way to play, personally. If you really want that evolution experience. So all the seaweed you see, all of these fish species you see, these all naturally evolved from the first fish I put in the ocean. And the first algae I put in the ocean. And also, there is a day-night cycle, but it's mostly visual. You'll notice in the bottom left-hand corner, this game's actually ticking over in years. So every quote-unquote day is actually a year, because evolution takes a really, really long time. So this game would be basically impossible if it didn't have that feature. I'm really excited about these big boys. The Lurstus. I think I might get whales on this planet, which is really awesome, because on my first attempt I didn't get any sort of deep sea big boys, but because there's actually more deep sea for things to evolve in, I'm hoping I get some deep sea big boys. And I'm hanging out here because this is the most populated part of the planet right now, but I can show you other parts of the planet, but it's just more fish. No, it definitely takes a while. Whales would be cool, yeah. I'm hoping I get whales on this planet. I don't know how deep the water has to be for whales. Or like a whale, you know, this isn't Ancestors, so it's Earth-like, it's not supposed to actually simulate Earth. But something that is whale adjacent would be cool. Or straight up whales. This visual glitch has been happening occasionally, I don't know what that's about. But I forgive this game any bugs it may experience. It's literally still early access. It's early access, it's still in development, and it's being developed by one dude, so I'm gonna cut it some slack for the occasional visual glitch or whatever else. Wow. Sharks are a possibility. Anything that evolution can evolve is a possibility, so yes, sharks are a possibility. Actually, we've already got a couple of carnivores. A lot of these animals right now are omnivores, so they can eat meat, animals, and plants. But there are a couple of dedicated carnivores already. I think for like sharks, strong fins, carnivorous diet, those are like the requirements that I think everyone can agree on. Maybe they went extinct. Got a couple of egg eaters, which is kind of bad actually this early on. You don't really want... So the gigafish is evolved from the first fish I ever put in the water. I called it the gigafish because it was it basically took a... the first fish I put in the ocean on this planet went extinct almost immediately and was replaced by the gigafish. So I called it the gigafish because it survived where my starting fish could not. Well, that one's got a shark tail, but is omnivorous. There was definitely some carnivore. Oh, that's a carnivore. And that's a carnivore. And that is a algae eater. But there's only one of them at the moment, so they are going extinct. But they'll redevelop probably at some point, hopefully. I'm figuring we might see a carnivorous version of the Mercium. Or an offshoot of the Mercium, like the Dentalips or the Lurcistus. Or the Tradenesis. W gigafish. Yeah. Wow. Oh, and also, my last planet didn't have a volcano, so I put a volcano on this fish. Oh, on this island. So, at some point, if we get bored, we can set off a volcano and wipe out most of the species that are currently alive. Probably, I assume. It's a water volcano, so I don't know if it'll actually work properly, but... Going to the bathroom, fair enough. Has that got 2 eye stalks? 2 eye stalks and a dorsal fin. Wow. You don't see that every day. Wow. Wow. High back on wheels. You know I gotta do it to you. I should also mention, like, dinosaurs are a possibility, in theory. I mean, the promotional material for this game is literally like a giant sauropod walking around. So, like, dinosaurs are a possibility. But it could also skip dinosaur. It's an evolution simulator, so anything could happen. It kind of depends on what route simulated evolution takes for me. For this planet. Oh, I did design seasons for this planet as well. I don't know if I mentioned that, but down here it's ticking through the different seasons I designed. So right now it is spring. So it's a little bit warmer and nothing else is really different. But I basically made the 4 seasons. Yeah, I wasn't very creative. And also this planet is already, like I mentioned earlier, this is my first time designing a planet. So I tried to customize everything and I kind of made it horrendously bad. Like it's like an average day in Australia in terms of heat. Except for one cold strip, which is caused by this ring, which is around the planet. And the reason that they've developed like webbed feet instead of like fins or something is because the current is really strong. So I assume that this is their evolutionary workaround to the strong current, because a lot of the early fish were dying to either the cold or strong current. I wish it was spring right now too. It is the middle of summer for me, and I am boiling. Not as bad as the summer in this planet though. My goodness, it's bad. Speaking of a little bit of evolution, the dentalips, they have replaced the photoreceptors that all fish started with on this planet for eye stalks, which is kind of freaky, but whatever works. And I could also speed up time, but that might make the game really laggy, so I'm kind of tempted to just let it tick over in years. There's definitely a lot of genetic variation happening. This is definitely where all the interesting stuff is happening in terms of evolution. I mean, the Mercium is the most potential whale opportunity I've seen, although these things are actually bigger than whales. Bigger than the Mercium. It's winter, your first snowfall, you got 10 inches. Well, that's heaps of snow, right? I don't know. I've only seen snow once and I had to, like, go up a mountain to see it. And it was, like, barely enough to make a snowball. Like, it was not that much. I don't know what that is in terms of inches, but it was barely enough to make a snowball out of. Like, I dug into it to make a snowball and hit dirt. So it was probably only a couple of inches, I guess. Anything weather-wise as possible, that's fair. I learned recently that Midwesterners say yeah, nah, just like Australians and Kiwis. And it means the same thing, which is fascinating to me. And I started looking into it, and apparently the Midwesterners linguistically do share a lot with Kiwis and Australians. 6 foot and it was up to your knees? Ooh. God dang. Lucy, I know what you want. You can stop meowing at me about it. I hope I get cats evolving. That'd be cool. I don't know if there's like felines in the game yet. This game, I don't know if I mentioned this already, but this game is early access. Although I recommend if you're interested in it, get it earlier rather than later, because every development season the developer does raise the price. So I got it while it was still... It's 26 bucks for me. It's been out for like a year now, I think. Well, it's been early access for like a year now, I think. I don't know. I first started hearing about it like a year ago. And most of the like devlogs and dev information is like 5 months old or something, so... It definitely hasn't been out that long, which is probably why you haven't heard of it yet. You got another 2 inches this weekend? Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I literally had to travel to see snow. It doesn't snow very often where I am. It's technically the subtropics here, so... more likely to get a fucking monsoon than snow. You need to be saving your money right now. That's fair. Maybe it'll go on Christmas sale, I don't know. Also, it auto-saved earlier, and usually that means a new species dropped, so I'm gonna double check that a new species didn't drop. Oh, the Onium came back. This was a offshoot of the Mercium that died out and has now come back. That's cool. That happens occasionally. Those carnivores have died out, I think. Ooh, this fish eats fresh meat, though. Me and 3 others are about 1 to 2 hours away from to clear the snow. Wow. It's cool that they can come back. Yeah. Well, it's also realistic. That's the other thing I like about this game. Like, the guy who's developing it did tons of research, and it's really obvious. Tons of research. That's why I want to, like, stream this game as much as possible and, like, promote it as much as possible, because I think it's an insane feat. Like, one person did everything about this game. The music, the programming, and I'm not even technically playing the most recent version. I'm playing the like fully released. There's like beta versions of this game that you can play as well. I'm playing the what's been bug patched and optimized version, the like basic version. So there is like death animations and stuff in the update which will come out soon. I'm gonna check in on this species because it has carnivorous traits. This is the other side of the island. I mentioned it earlier. There is different evolution happening over here, which is cool. These seem to all be relatives of the giga fish over here. They aren't full on. Oh yeah, I called the manta fish because I was trying to manifest manta rays. Because they developed like these flipper-like fins. They're not actual flippers, I don't think, but they got close, so I'm kind of manifesting manta rays. And yeah, these are like clearly an offshoot of the... Oh, they've developed traits. If you see food, go towards it. If you see a plant, cry. Okay. Oh, and they're an egg eater. Okay, this one might actually... Vadovacus might do pretty well for itself. It's a diverse diet, and it's developed traits. Might do pretty well for itself, but it's still got the basic design of the first fish I ever introduced. Bar the fact that it's got a jaw now. The first fish didn't have a jaw. It just had a mouth. It's just fish right now, yeah. They have to develop lungs and start crawling onto land before... But you'll notice all these corpses on the beach, they are trying to get on land, but there's not really much point for them to go on land until plants develop on land. You know, there needs to be a reason for them to go on land, and they also need to develop traits that'll help them survive on land. Although, most of these fish already have... Like, these are webbed feet, so these will work, these will get them around on land, but they don't have lungs, so they'll just suffocate if they spend too long on land. But if there was plants, they would be trying to get on land, probably. I think they're honestly just washing up on the beach and then getting stuck and then suffocating right now. I don't even think they're trying to go on land yet. Is that tree species still here, or is it gone extinct again? There's been one species of tree that starts growing and then goes extinct. Again, the climate is pretty harsh here, so plants are, yeah, went extinct again. Plants are having a hard time evolving on this planet. That's why it's mostly fish right now. I mean, I could do a time jump, but... Small map is the size custom. Yeah, this is the second to largest map in this version of the game. I don't know if there's bigger maps in the... I know there's a map editor in the unreleased version. So I assume maybe also the map is bigger in the currently under development version of the game. The beta version of the game. Yeah. So this is second to largest, so there is a bigger map than this. But I went a size down because the biggest map was lagging a little bit for me. Graphically, I can run this game fine, but it actually is insanely memory demanding. Like, I have 15 gigabytes of RAM. I have 16 gigabytes of RAM, and it was maxing out at like 13 on my other world, which had developed land walking animals and stuff. It is still early access, yeah. And again, solo indie development, so all made by one person. And early access. And I'm playing the like fully patched version because I figured that would be best for stream. I know that in the beta testing version there is like death animations. Like if an animal dies in front of me right now, you'll see what I'm talking about, but they kind of just pop out of existence and their bodies drop to the ground. But in the trial version of the game, they have like a death animation and stuff like that. So there's definitely more stuff in the currently under development version of the game, but I'm playing the fully optimized version. I figured it would be easiest and best for streaming. God damn, that's a big fish. We're definitely working our way towards whales, I think. Look at how much bigger those fish are compared to the Mercium, which was the previous biggest fish. Look at that size difference. It's craziness. It's crazy that one person made this. I know. That's what I'm like the most impressed by, is that this was all done by one person. I didn't even buy the version with the soundtrack. I kind of wish I had, but it was more expensive. But in the version with the soundtrack, he's also like made a bunch of music to go along with the game. This seems to just be a loop of peaceful which mutes when you go underwater, which is very cool. But this seems to be a pretty consistent loop because I got the version without the soundtrack. So yeah, right now we're in the cold season. I don't know how well you can see down in this left-hand corner, but sun symbol with down arrows and moisture symbol with up arrows means it's the rainy season. So you can actually see rain clouds on the mainland, which is cool. Although there's not a lot going on the main See, that's why I got the ring. So pretty. Oh, that seems to be an offshoot of the mantafish. I'm gonna go to the deepest part of the ocean and see if there's anything living out there now. Well, there is actually some stuff living out here. What's living out here? Offshoots of the mantafish seem to be living out here in the deep parts of the ocean. That's exciting. It is lagging a little bit, and I suspect that is a memory issue. I am having a bug where it sometimes freezes, and I go to verify the game files and it says that a file is missing. I don't know what's causing that to happen. But I assume it'll be fixed in future versions of the game. I mean, it's pretty cool, the variety of fish that's already developed. Like, I do wish we had some sort of land animal, but again, I would need plants for them to eat, for them to want to go on land. So plants need to develop first. Well, they need to develop and survive. They have developed a couple of times, but they need to survive. Which is actually quite a big ask. Ooh, that's a unique fin development. The model might not show it. I'm curious to see if it does. It doesn't. But this one has a unique fin development. That's cool. I did lower the amount of models, so sometimes evolutionary changes don't show up. Just to make it run smoother. Again, it's deceptively demanding this game. It's a weird bug. Yeah, I don't know if it's a bug with the game or something with my computer, but I don't know. Some interesting evolutions are happening. Mercium is actually being way overtaken by the Dentalips, which is interesting. Man, that fish went from extinct to second page most popular. That's crazy. Oh, a tree has developed. 2 different trees have developed. Wow. Trees, chat. Tree. Should we make a report for it? Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how to do that. I figure there is a way to do it, but because I have actually seen like Steam discussions where the developer is like talking to people, like actually responding to people about stuff. Whoa, those are like legs. Early tops seems to have developed. Eye stalks? And maybe legs? Question mark? And a different mouth. Wow. Oh, mandibles. Cool. Please live, yeah. I really do hope those trees live. So far they're alive. And this is the second one. Dead, I'd be also living. They just need to live long enough to spread their seeds. So we've got one over there. And one over here somewhere. Right. Where's the other one? Thought it was over here somewhere. Ori, 2 alive! Yes! The Ori has survived! Is that it there? Yes! We have trees, confirmed. Oh wow, it's around the pond. That's awesome. That's like the best place. Okay, now stuff will want to go on land. To eat the land plants. Eventually. I mean, again, it'll still have to develop the ability to move on land. And also, lungs. Pardon me. But... yes, there's multiple trees. 4 trees. Total. Wow. Crazy. It only took 6 millennia. And again, these ones are already pretty developed to move okay on land. They just need to actually go there and start developing lungs. So actually, they probably won't be the first ones to go on land. It'll probably be offshoots of the gigafish. Ooh, like that carnivorous one. Honestly, could be worse. That's true. Oh, look at this little guy. Developed cones for eyes. Cone eyes just dropped. They're adorable. How old is that one? 8 years old? Okay, so it's a baby still. I thought they might actually just be tiny fish, but that's just a baby. Okay, camera's doing its own thing now. Camera's not the best. Okay, that's what an old one looks like. Okay, they are actually still pretty small. That's a 10-year-old. It's gone invisible. Whoa. Okay, camera's on its own business right now. Oh my god. I just want to look at the fucking Morpy Caius or whatever the fuck it's called. Morpicus. This is adorable. Look at this little guy. Wow. Lucy, what are you doing? There is actually snow. You know, talking about snow, there is actually snow on this planet. Fish developed and promptly went extinct earlier that could eat aquatic snow, so it does actually, during the cold season, get so cold that snow forms in the ocean. I don't think it forms on land because it's too hot, but in the ocean it does. Please tell me those trees are still alive. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, that's a problem I didn't think about. They would die underwater. Are these ones still alive? Okay, I think the trees went extinct again. The trees may have gone extinct again. The trees went extinct again. No! Yeah. Even chat for the trees. Nah, it's okay. We're culling the weak. Only the strong survive this planet. Like the Mercium and the Dentalips. Look at how fucking many of them there are. That's why I like hanging out here. There's just so many animals. Also, I'd like to say thank you because you commenting on this live stream will help tremendously with it getting boosted. Another thing that would help is a like. I don't know if you've done that already. But that's a thing on YouTube that I have to remind people to do. Oh my god, that's a big fish. Is that the Lurasterius or whatever it's called? Okay, it's doing that thing where it's not telling me. And we did right when you came into the stream. Well, thank you. Yeah, that's the Lurasterius. Look how big that bad boy is. Come on, become whales. Develop proper tail and flippers. I believe in you, Lurasterius. Oh, auto-saving. Did a new species just drop? Is it a tree? Please tell me it's a tree. Nope, it's a new kind of fish. That's okay. Ooh, that one's getting awfully shark-like. The Vero. Still an omnivore, though. Yeah, I don't know why, but dedicated carnivores keep dying out, even though there's so... Like, if a dedicated carnivore developed here, I think it would do fine. Look how many bodies there are. I mean, the Listerius does actually eat fresh meat and animals. So maybe that's why they're becoming the dominant species in this area. Is because they're eating the young. And same with the Dentalips. And the Mercium. These, like, big boys are dominating because they're eating the young of everything else. They're not egg eaters, so they wait until they're born before they eat them. Or till they die, I guess. Wow. Wow. Has the Mercium developed any traits? They've been around for quite a while. Nope. Nope. What about the Lurasterius? Also nope. What about the Dentalips? Nope. Okay, so they still haven't developed any traits, stuff like... Traits are really important for development, because it pushes them towards certain things, like if seafood move towards, you know, stuff like that's really important. It's not necessary, they do have basic survival instincts, like they will eat on their own and give birth on their own. But traits just help them do those things better and more efficiently. And also allows for stuff like pack hunting to occur. Like if seafood cry, you know, so they call each other to food. And also, like, even more basically, like, if too cold, swim away, you know? Things like that are really important so they don't just go extinct by swimming into the cold patches of the ocean. Or the hot patches, which does happen. That's how the first fish went extinct. Froze to death by swimming into the cold part of the ocean. Dentalips appears to have developed double eye stalks. Oh no, triple eye stalks. Eye stalks. They've developed eye stalks. The number of eye stalks is unclear, but they've developed eye stalks. Which would lead to a snail-like thing, I'm guessing, if they went on land. Yeah. So, you know, it's pretty important, but again, it's not necessary. They can survive without it. I mean, I feel like the living proof is right in front of you that they can survive without traits. But traits help a lot. Undoubtedly, traits help a lot. Okay, so the mantafish is actually the top fish again. They were for a while. And now they are once more, which is exciting. Again, they're the ones that I'm hoping become manta rays. Wow. And oh, the Vero's actually still alive. I'm excited that the Vero might turn into a shark. It looks very shark-like already. No trees have redeveloped yet. I'm gonna go feed my cat, watch the fish. I'm just gonna leave it running, because it's kind of the most beneficial thing to do with this game, honestly. Like, I could fall asleep and just let this game run overnight. I've thought about doing that, actually. Like, just having a stream run while I'm asleep. Just letting it run overnight. And no, it's not your fault if they die. I'm back, by the way. It's not your fault if they die. They probably will. Anyway. I mean, that's kinda how evolution works. If one species survives the entire time, that's actually kinda bad. We want them to die out and get replaced by something better. That's sort of the whole plot. That's sort of the whole plan. See, that one already has like full-on legs. So I'm hoping that when trees grow, it's just gonna walk onto land and start chowing down. That's the funny part about them developing webbed feet so early on to fight the current, is that they're like already pretty well developed to go on land. They just need to not suffocate when they do. Which requires them having good lungs. The Merisum actually appears to be dying out. It's down to 32. That could just be because of the season. No, actually, they're dying out. It's not one of the good seasons. It's one of the good seasons right now. It's basically like autumn. I wanted a season where like nothing got altered from the norm, and that's the season that's going on right now. This is just like the reset season. You know, everything's normal right now. That's what Season D is. Season D is just nothing changes. Which I feel like is pretty crucial when there's harsh seasons. I actually had to lower the harshness of the seasons a little bit to start with. Now that I mentioned that the seasons are harsh, they were actually much harsher to start with. It was 3 temperature up and 3 temperature down early on, but that was just insta-killing off every species that developed whenever the season changed. So, I think it's because it was already pretty hot on this planet. Like, hold on, if I pull up the temperature overlay. It's already 16 degrees in the ocean, and this is like this is the warmer season. Yeah. On land, red hot. It's almost 30, it is 30 degrees on some parts of the land right now. And as I mentioned, cold strip where the ring is, so it's like, it's literally Australia in some parts right now. Wow. 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 I might actually lower the global temp. I'm thinking about lowering the global temperature. so that plants can actually grow. Because the planet is... blue is high nutrient. So it's like very nutrient rich. Nutrient rich isn't the issue. Yellow is weak wind, so there's not a lot of wind. Red is rocks, so it is pretty rocky. But there's plants that can grow in rocks. You know, that's not out of the question. And blue is good moisture. Green is none. So there's decent moisture. Green is no groundwater, blue is plenty. So there's like spots with plenty of groundwater as well for those bigger rooted plants. So like it's actually pretty... it looks very barren right now, but that's because nothing is growing on it. But like it will definitely sustain like grass and stuff. I think it's literally just that it's fucking boiling in the summer. Those are floating fish. The fish have a tendency to float. Not sure what that's about. One of the gigafish offshoots has actually taken over the Laboratory. I could lower the overall temperature a little bit to maybe make it more sustainable for life on land. Or we could just wait and see what develops that can survive the heat. Because there are plants that are designed to survive the heat in this game. Like, you can basically make cactuses and stuff. Cacti and succulents. Like, there's plants you can design that have, like, tubes to catch the rain better and have deep roots and stuff. But, I mean, during summer it probably gets up to, like, 40 degrees. Which is pretty darn hot. So maybe that's why trees keep dying out. Maybe lower it a tad. Well, I wanted everything about this to be chat controlled. I actually was trying to work out in my brain, I didn't look into it, but I was trying to work out in my brain how I'd even put like commands in so the chat could directly control stuff that happens in the game, but because I mentioned this earlier, but there's like natural disasters and stuff that you can cause as well. And I put a volcano on this map, so like we could kill off all of these fish right now because they're all breeding. You might have thought that's a mountain. That's a volcano. Ocean volcano. I didn't mean to put it. I was actually trying to not include a volcano and accidentally put a volcano in the ocean. So that's where literally all of these fish are breeding right around, is right next to a volcano. So if I wanted to, I could just insta-wipe out every single one of these. I assume that's how volcanoes work. I don't know, I've never used them. I've only used meteorites. Oh, and there's a 5% chance that wildfires happen. Or a 0.04% chance that wildfires happen, which I don't actually know how common that is. That's a pretty low chance, I feel like, for wildfires to happen. But it is a chance for random wildfires to happen. So it's up to you, really, if I lower the temperature or not. It's in increments of 2, so it would go from an average of like 29 degrees to 26 degrees. and then so on. It's autumn right now, and it's 25 degrees, 15 in the cooler parts, 9 in the cooler parts. Well, 0, -1 in the coldest part. But lower once, see what happens. Okay. So it is now 2 degrees colder on the planet. That might also kill off some of the fish species, because they're evolved to survive very warm water. So that might also kill off some of the fish, and some of the seaweed. But we'll see. In like a millennia or so, what happens with the fish. I did kind of want... The reason why I haven't already done that is because part of me thinks like it was pretty hot during like the Cretaceous and stuff. So if I really wanted like really big land animals and big sea animals, that I should keep it relatively hot. I don't think it needs to be as hot as it was, which is why I'm fine to lower the temperature. But like it was pretty hot during those periods, so if I wanted dinosaurs, which I very much do want dinosaurs, it should be relatively hot. That's why I said only once, so it wouldn't kill so many. That's a good point. Yeah. Only a 2-degree difference probably won't kill off too many. Just the much weaker ones. It will cull the weak. And the, like, cold specialists. Which I don't think there is any cold specialists right now. There was, but they went extinct. There was one that ate sea snow. Which probably won't be a thing anymore. I mean, maybe it will still be, I don't know. But I did... Oh! Tree! Tree drop! The Uri is back. Almost immediately. Almost immediately we're seeing trees. Trees anywhere else? Not seeing trees anywhere else, it's just that one tree. But it's a tree! Yeah, please live this time. That's a very flat looking fish. What an adorable little dude. Oh my god, they're so cute! Oh my god! Oh my god, I love them! If you feel low health, go away from it. See, that's a good trait. Run away from danger. And that's what they look like grown up. Oh. That's what they look like grown up. I want it. So do I. This is the color of a Mercium, so I'm thinking... Oh, it's a herbivorous as well. But it's got... Oh my god, those are actual fins. Are those flippers? Hold on. Hold on. I need to learn more about this. I just clicked on it because it was cute looking, but it's actually a very interesting development. Oh, lentilfish are back. What is this one called? Latrodicus. I'm going to open the editor and see what sort of fins it has. Oh. It still has webbed feet. Aquatic plant eater mouth. It can climb. It can go on land. It has one inland movement. I think the plant died. I think the plant may have died. I can't find the plant anymore. Whoa. Yeah, right, they're trying to develop lungs. They're definitely trying to develop lungs. They're like crawling around on the land a whole bunch. They want lungs real bad. Man. Does that one develop like spikes on its face? Yeah, the plant went extinct again. Okay, I don't know what's going on with the camera. Oh my god. The camera is being incredibly unruly. Wow. Plants will eventually evolve. It just might take a couple of millennia. Okay, what is going... Can I escape? Escape? What are those things on its face? Wow. Are those primitive horn? Yeah, it's developed like horns. Interesting. I didn't even have horn development on my other planet, which got to like... I think it was like 27 million before I... 27 millennia before I started this one. So this one's like 20 millennia ahead of my other one in terms of evolution. Which is insane. Already developing feet and horns and stuff. God, this is pretty. If this wasn't so barren to look at, this would be quite pretty. I mean, it is quite pretty, but you know what I mean. If I lowered the sea level, this would always be a pond as well. I should mention that. I think. And I think if there's phytoplankton, stuff can evolve from them. And there's algae in this pond, so phytoplankton can evolve. Phytoplankton is one of the evolutions of algae. So if it doesn't evolve into seaweed, it can evolve into phytoplankton. Or fish will just crawl over land and into their pond. I think the sea level is the main reason the trees are dying. What do you mean by that? As in it's too high? Or too low? I think it's mostly temperature, to be honest. It's very unforgiving temperature, and also pretty rocky, which means there's not a lot of places for them to spread. I didn't realize it was so rocky. But I'm pretty sure there are plants that can grow on rocks in this game. Oh yes, around that pond, yeah. That did happen. And also, yeah, potentially along the coast. I didn't think about that, but you're right, probably. The ones that are growing on the coast are getting drowned. But if they grew more inland, which they would if they had time to spread their seeds, which technically they could, but they were spreading their seeds along the coast rather than inland. If they were spreading their seeds more inland. I could lower the sea level by 1 as well, if you want. You control the fate of this world, chat. I mean, to some extent. Obviously, evolution's doing its own thing. Bearing in mind during the wet season, it does still go up. But if it's overall lowered, I don't know how that'll affect the season. Hold on, I'm gonna pull up the season editor. So, yeah, during the wet season it does go up by 1. Season B. If the trees come back and then die, lower it. Okay. Because, yeah, that'll be like the 5th time or something that's happened. If it doesn't do anything, then change it back. That's fair. Although I should mention that it will take a while for anything to happen. Even if it does work. Oh, the Lystrus has turned blue. Lystrus has turned blue. They were green. And now they're blue. That's cool, I guess. I'm not sure why that happened. Oh, maybe the temperature change did that. Blue is now a better color for them to be, because it is a bit cooler. Yeah, regarding the pond, I don't know what will happen with the pond if the water level is lowered. I find it quite funny when they pull into frame like that. Cat just showed up out of nowhere and yelled at me. Relatable. T-Doris is now the most popular species. It's just a litany of fish. Let's check in on T-Doris, the newest, most dominant species on the planet. Let's see what they're up to. Oh, they are quite cute. They are herbivorous. They eat algae and plants. And they have a tiny little vacuum for a mouth. And based on the numerous corpses on the beach nearby, I'm assuming that they are trying to develop lungs. Or they are getting stuck there whenever the sea level rises and drowning. Or suffocating. You're right. Okay, goodbye. Oh my god, my cat is shedding at the moment, so I'm just covered in cat hair now. Oh god, it's a good thing I'm not allergic to cats. Ooh. So yeah, this is... I was focused on Mercium and the offshoots of it, but now this is... I was focused on them because they were the most popular species, but now this is the most popular species. T-Doris. So I am focusing on them for a little bit. Completely different body plan, same problem they're trying to solve. Again, the ocean has very strong currents on this planet, which I don't think is something I can change. And there's essentially two ways that you can fight strong currents as a fish. You can either develop really good fins, get really big, or... well, I guess there's actually three ways. You can get really big, you can develop really good fins, or you can develop, like, flippers, or some other form of movement entirely. And so the Mercium, which was actually a bigger version of the Hydus, which was the first, had these legs going on, these like webbed feet going on. So they went with the alternative movement and the big body, the Mercium, and its offshoots, which we were looking at earlier. And these offshoots have gone with the better fins. Instead of having those stubby little back tails, they've actually developed like a proper... I forget what the word for a back fin is, but a proper back fin that aids in movement. I love my cat, but he is dumb. I relate to that. My cat is also very dumb. Well, she's smart, but crazy. But yeah, these ones are fully herbivorous. The ones we were looking at before are omnivores. Which is pretty neat in its own right, I think. And this is on the other side of the island as well. So things are a little different on this side of the island. They went fully herbivorous. Oh my god, the babies are so cute. Oh my god, the babies are so small. Mine has one brain cell, so he just doesn't die. Look how cute the babies are! I want one! I want one! Oh my god! They're so cute! Look at those little guys! They're just little guys! Oh my god! Oh, they vanished. I was looking at the delay of the stream. Oh. My spidey senses are telling me that a tree might have developed. No? Okay. My spidey senses lied to me. Oh wow, the T-Doris is already not the most popular fish as well. It's now the Barto Top Tops. Let's check out the Barto Top Tops, which are on an even different part of the island. But have solved the solution of the strong currents in much the same way. But they have retained the original top fin of the gigafish and the Neostremus, which was the first fish I ever introduced, which is what the gigafish was evolved from. So they've maintained that. They've developed those scales or fur. That looks like fur. I need to find another one. Stop dying when I'm trying to look at you. Because if they've developed fur this early, that's crazy. They must not live as long, because I'm barely able to find them before they die. That looks like fur to me. I'm gonna pull up the editor and see if they've got fur. Or scales or something. Oh, they've developed lungs. They breathe water and air. I don't know how I check if they have fur. I've never had an animal develop fur, so I don't know how to check if they've developed fur. They're omnivores. There isn't a back button for this window yet, which is kind of annoying. You have to hit ready, which is very deceptive. And always confuses me. Alright, here we go. Temperature resistance. Okay, well they have pretty good cold temperature resistance, so I'm gonna assume that that is fur. I'm gonna assume that that is fur, given that they can survive negative 15 degrees. And that looks like fur to me. I don't know how to actually check if that's fur, but all of my instincts are telling me that that is fur. And you might think, ooh, fish, furry fish, but that is pretty much what seals are, so we might get seals out of these guys, which I'm excited for. But I agree, conceptually, ooh, furry fish. They've also developed mandibles. Aquatic generalist with external parts, yep, that's fish mandibles. What a weird fish. That's a super weird fish. Not gonna lie. And in the time it took me to check that, they are no longer the predominant fish anymore. Oh, some actual carnivores have shown up. Said out like, said out loud, it's no, just no. That's fair. Yeah, it's bad, I agree. Strictly herbivores seem to be getting more popular though. But now it's the dentalips, which I was looking at earlier. And the Livicus. I haven't seen these ones yet. Oh wow! Purple fish! Let's watch this baby one turn purple. Okay, eye stalks, small mouth. See, same solutions. Same solutions, different execution. That's not what I meant to do. There we go. I want to see what their cone of vision is like, though. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. And if you feel low health, go away from it? Okay, that's a good survival strat. Just seems wrong in every way, that's fair. Yeah, furry fish is pretty gross. On the bright side, they might all die out now that it's warmer. We did raise the global temperature, so the need for furry fish might die out. Actually, maybe that's why they're not in the top anymore. They might actively be dying out. I have to put my phone on the charge because watching my own stream is chewing through my battery. Chewing through my battery. Wow, these bad boys live for quite a while as well. This is the second most dominant species now. The Livicus. Oh, and also, they would lose the fur once they went on land anyway, because it's so hot on the land. Unless they lived in the one spot that isn't hot. Which I guess is possible, but then they would die as soon as they wandered out of it without a trait that's like, if too warm, go away from it. You know, much like this one is, if feel low health, go away from it. Which is that's a good survival trait. It's very common sense. See, this one's also retained the Big fin on the head. This body plan is very popular. The eye stalks and mouth are different. A couple of species have that, but it's not super common. And now the Todorus is the most popular one again. Oh wow, the horned one is still alive. That's cool. I was afraid they were gonna die out. But the horned one is still very much alive, that's cool. Oh, tree! That's a tree! Time to lower the global temperature. Or, not the temperature, the ocean level. Oh, yeah. It's not drowning now. And that has created not one island here, but two semi-connected islands. Ah, fuck. The game is frozen. Probably. It might unfreeze on its own. Sometimes it does, but... This is exactly what I was talking about. Oh no, it's been ages since I saved. I should have saved as soon as I saw the tree. God dang it. It's been ages since it saved. Or since I saved it. Yeah. It hasn't crashed, it's frozen. I suspect it's doing that thing I was talking about earlier. Might have killed a lot of fish with the water level decrease, that is possible as well, yeah. It doesn't seem to be unfreezing though, so I'm gonna have to... Yeah. According to Task Manager, it hasn't frozen, but... Oh, it hasn't crashed, so it is very much just a freeze. I'm going to verify the game files and see if it's that bug that I mentioned earlier. Because it might very well be that. It'll also be the first time that YouTube has seen Crying Baby, I think. So enjoy Crying Baby for a little bit, chat. And YouTube for the first time. This has been a staple as long as I've been streaming. Yep, one file failed to validate and will be reacquired. Yep, it was doing the thing. It did the thing again. I don't know what that... I've never had that problem in a game before, so I have literally no idea how to fix it, because I have no idea what's causing that problem. I have truly no idea. No idea. Also, funnily enough, this is the first game I've ever played where it runs better on a higher graphics quality. I don't know what that's about, but I lowered the graphics quality to hopefully lower lag, and it actually started running worse. It runs better on the highest graphics setting, and I don't know what that's about either. That's such a weird bug. I know, that's what I've been thinking. I truly don't understand what that is. How? How is the big question? So yeah, Whistlestone made everything about this game. And see, the background is... I hope I'm pronouncing that name right. I've said it a lot like that, and I hope I'm... But, like, look at the... It occurs to me you wouldn't have seen the menu until now. But the menu is a big old sauropod. And some big old trees. Or at the very least, that's what that looks like to me. That's dope. Yeah. So hopefully eventually we get to that. We need it. I mean, I could just make it. But it would be much cooler if it developed on its own. I think. It'd feel more rewarding to me if it developed on its own because we did a good job. Okay, so the temperature is different, but the water level isn't. So should we just lower the water level now because we know that it'll help? I don't know how far back we are, but we're not beyond the temperature change. The Lorbiter is... Okay, we're not that far back. Now let it do its thing. I'm guessing the year was to lowering the sea level. We don't actually have a tree yet, but I'm assuming it'll help. We can try. Okay. Wow, okay, so the sea level also drops by 2. So now instead of having an island, 2 islands over here, we've got... I don't really know what this is. I guess a wetland? Would be the best description, and also a bunch of animal corpses, because a bunch of fish just got displaced. Oh, and it's connected to the mainland as well. Okay. So they're definitely not islands anymore. But there is still an island over here, so we might still get some convergent evolution going on, which would be cool. And also, there's a little bit of island around the thingamabob. Now, the volcano has a little bit of island around it. Which is cool, I guess. Little buddy, you need to go back in the water. That's not the direction of the water, buddy. Oh. Okay, well, now all of the displaced fish are dead. So, that's good. It did kind of disturb the breeding ground of all of these guys most, I would say. These are the bad boys most affected by the sea level dropping. And yes, there is a horrendous number of corpses now. Oh, I thought that was a fire, but it's just Okay, not all of the fish are dead. I misspoke. Now probably all of the fish are dead. That were on land. That was water. What? Why did the sea level just rise? By 2. What season is it? I read it, but I didn't process it. Holy shit. Hold on. B. Season B. It's only supposed to rise by 1. So does 1 tick here equate to 2 ticks in the thing? I'm gonna wait until Season B ends and see what happens. Because I might have to change the season to not change the water level. The only reason I did that in the first place was because I thought that made sense in terms of, you know, like it rains a shit ton and then the water level goes up a little bit. But if it's gonna, like, drastically change the environment like that, I might have to just get rid of it. Not to mention it's causing a lag spike every time it happens. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna have to change. I think I'm gonna have to. I think you'll agree that that is a little excessive. And that I should probably change that to not be a thing. Going from 13 to 17 like that. Water level at the original level and stop the water rising. Okay, but at the original level it would still be drowning coastal trees. Like if we kept it low and got rid of the rising, or actually what we could also do is lower it even more, although that's risky, but we could lower it even more and then it would rise to the level that it's currently at normally. But that might also drastically change some stuff. But we can try that. Put the level at the original and stop the water rising. I think either way we have to stop the water rising. I think it was a cool idea, but I think with a map this unsteady in terms of environment, it's just too risky. Trees spawned. But I wonder if the trees were dying in Season B. Yeah. I don't remember either. But I'm curious. Okay, so the water level... I haven't changed the water level. I did get rid of the water rising during the season. It's a cool concept, but I think it's too drastic of a change, not just for the environment, but also for my system. Like, when that happened, the reason that I noticed it happened was because it caused the lag spike at the same time, if it's this low. So if anything, if we wanted the land to look like this consistently, we would have to lower it more and then add the water rising back in so that it would rise to this level. Because if they were dying in Season B, it was most likely due to the water rising. True. Oh, so you're saying return the water level to what it was to see if they don't die anymore, now that we've gotten rid of the water rising. Okay. The water level is now back to what it was. And the water rising is gone, and we'll see what happens with the trees. We just killed so many fish for nothing. No, I'm kidding. I mean, I'm not, that's a fact, but... Okay, so now we'll give it a couple of years and see if trees develop. And then what happens to said trees. All of the big fish are out of the leaderboard now. I think, in fact, a couple of them went extinct. Mercium seems to still be alive. The Asturias still seems to be alive, but that other one is dead, I think. I think it got wiped out when the sea level changed dramatically. Oh no, there's some dentalibs. If we can find some dentalibs eggs, it might be okay. This new fish is arriving quite a bit. Eatus, which is herbivorous. Okay, so we've got some herbivorous fish. We've got some herbivorous fish on this side now, which is cool. Most of the fish on this side were omnivores, but now we've got a couple of offshoots which are herbivorous, which is cool and makes a lot of sense given how much seaweed is around here. I'm honestly surprised that didn't happen sooner. Eatus. It looks identical to Mercium. Again, this body plan works quite well, so it seems to be doing that a lot. There is another offshoot as well called the body pietus. That has also developed, but it seems to be basically just another version of the Mercium. Again, with the random evolutions on, it'll evolve the same thing a lot. It's not really convergent evolution because they're literally evolving from that version, but like they're just offshoots of the same species. Subspecies, I guess. They're in the same genus, So it's not convergent evolution, but it is just regular evolution, I guess, although they're not really evolving, they're just subspecies of the same evolution, if that makes sense. I don't know how to explain this well, I'm not a paleontologist. But you get what I mean, hopefully. We'll wait a couple of years and see if trees develop. Tree! 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 We have a single tree. And it's on land. And it's growing. It'll only produce 2 offspring, but that's fine. Tree! There is a chance. Yeah. It'll need to produce offspring before it dies. Otherwise it'll go extinct. So that's why I'm just watching this tree. Because they'll probably pop up within eyesight. Because there's no animals to eat them and take them further away, so they'll probably just pop up around it. If they are going to survive. It's running out of time. It may also drop its seeds right when it dies. So I'll stay focused on this area for a minute. Because a minute is like... Okay, it's dead. Did it give offspring? It may have gone extinct. Another tree! Okay, well I'm definitely seeing more trees. Did it go extinct and then immediately come back? Because that seems to be the same species. Oh my god! It came back! Yeah, buddy! It briefly went extinct, but it came right back. But we won't have actual plant matter on the land unless this tree produces offspring rather than just dying and coming back. Or it's a seed. Well, if it was a seed, there'd be 2 of them. That's what I'm saying. It's got 2 fruits. It's dying and coming back. The same seed. So it won't spread. Don't get excited, that's seaweed that's on land for some reason. That's been happening a lot. We need something that looks like this with stems and fruits hanging off it. It'll look identical to this, probably, unless it's a different type of tree. They do drop both at the same time, yeah. Unless they're getting eaten. But essentially, like, if it's working for a brief period, there'll be 3 trees in this area. You know what I mean? Like, it'll drop the seeds, and then more will pop up. The other option is that it's the temperature. Like, it's still too hot for them to survive. But it does have... It doesn't have proto leaves, it's got spiky leaves, which I think are better developed for the heat. I'm not sure. I can't remember what the deal is with spiky leaves. But this is also the colder part of the island, because it's... Oh, actually, they might be developed for the cold. Because I think this is the cold stretch. Nope, that's extremely hot. God damn, it's still 26 degrees. Here. Okay, so that might be a tree developed for the cold. For the heat. Maybe. Oh, we got a different tree! New tree just dropped. It's the exact same kind of tree, but it's a different tree, actually. This is also in the path of the ring, so probably also a pretty hot. Yeah, pretty hot. It's picking the decent moisture areas. But these are growing in the rocks, so these are rocky trees. They're not, like, perfectly adapted for the rocks, but they can live here, I guess. The other one is gone. But it might be back. Oh! That's a new one. Okay, so the Warren tree is showing up pretty frequently in different spots. The sea level changing seems like the issue. Yeah. I agree. That's crazy, because I only set it to 1 point. I didn't actually think it would affect 2 trees!
Houston, we've got trees.
I can't believe I'm so excited about trees. It took almost 8 millennia for trees to actually start growing. And also, enacting god powers to change the season. Although I guess seasons do change over time. And environments change over time, so this is just natural evolution of the world becoming more habitable. That's the explanation. Especially the sea level, that changes all the fucking time. So if it's working, 2 trees will pop up, probably. Yes! Yes! We've got trees! Oonce, oonce, oonce. Hell yeah. What about, and we've got 2 trees over here. Fuck yeah, buddy. Now, if we can get trees on these islands, we'll get convergent evolution, which will be very cool. That'll be extremely cool. I'm very excited for convergent evolution. And we already know, thanks to previous trees, that trees can grow here as well. So we may get trees along here as well. Hell yeah. Yeah, 2 of the Warren and 2 of the Melissus trees. I think I'm gonna change the name of these trees. Because they are the first tree species to actually survive, I'm gonna call them trooper trees. Because you had to be a fucking trooper to survive on this planet. That looks like fins to me, chat. Have we also developed fins? Those look like fins. Those look like flippers to me. And those are like full-on legs. Holy moly. Those are full-on legs. Yeah, those are full-on legs. Some of these fish have full-on legs. The Zaritops. The Zaritops have full-on legs. The real question is, do they have the ability to breathe? We've done it. Took like 30 tries. Okay, the Zaritops does not have the ability to breathe, but they are already bipedal, which is pretty funny. Things are moving way quicker in this world than they were in my previous one. It literally took like 10 millennia before I had bipedal animals. Like, even longer than that, I think. Oh my god. Oh my god, trees. I'm still so excited by trees. I'm also excited by all of these fish trying to crawl into that pond. Like, look at that. They're getting like halfway before they suffocate. That means if one of the ones that actually already has lungs tries this, we might get convergent evolution in that pond, just like I always wanted. Because a species of... That's a new tree on one of the islands! Yes! One of the islands has trees! I hope we get an example of island rule. That'd be very cool. Hey, that rhymed. I did not mean for that to rhyme. But island plus trees equals island rule, potentially. Which is very cool. It's basically like... super convergent evolution that happens on small islands. Like pygmy elephants and stuff, like tiny elephants. That kind of thing. Usually big things becoming small. But it can be anything. Basically shit gets weird on small islands. So that's what I'm hoping happens here. We see like an evolution happen on land to all the fish that go onto the mainland, and then a different form of the same evolution happen to stuff that ends up on the islands instead. That's really what I'm hoping happens. I am big time excited to see if that happens. And also just regular old convergent evolution in this pond. Oh, and because there are actually parts of the ocean that are super deep, or actually, are they still considered super deep because of all the water level changes that we've done? We might not get this. Okay, yeah, no, they're still 3 deep. We might also get deep sea giganticism, which would be exciting. That's like giant squids and stuff, which would be exciting. Big versions of regular things. Although I don't know if the sea level is actually deep enough for that to happen. I don't know what the threshold is for deep sea giganticism in this game. But if it's 3 waves deep, then we're on for deep sea giganticism as well. Whoa! Look at those little guys. A lot of fish are trying to walk on land now, which is very exciting. Shit's really picking up in the 8th millennia of this world. Oh, so pretty. And we've got some crossbreeding happening down there. Always exciting. That's a very unfortunate name for a tree, but I'm just excited you're here, buddy. I can't tell if these are bugged out fish or fish that are legitimately trying to walk on land. I guess I'm gonna have to check whether or not they can breathe air. No oxygen bar. They can. Or they're about to suffocate. No, wait. No oxygen bar. It's been a year. They would have suffocated by now. This is a land breather. If only you had trees to eat on this island. But never fear, my friend. You will have trees soon. They're the new hottest thing. If you went to the other island, you would actually have trees. But that's fine. They might have eaten the other tree. Oh no, there it is. They are very clearly still trying to get to that pond, which is exciting. Eventually they'll make it. Wow. So huge. Ginormous. See, those ones are suffocating. They haven't developed lungs yet. There's 2 reasons why they die when they go on land. Suffocation or starvation. If it's very quick, it's suffocation. If it's very slow, it's starvation. Because it does actually take you a while to starve to death, and the same is true for most animals. They can typically go quite a while without food, especially in harsher climates like this. like terrorists are fully dominating this island, even without a lack of food, which is very crazy to see already happening. As well as Tantabus, which is also a land breather. These boys? These boys can breathe air. That's crazy. They do not seem like they should be capable of that yet, but... like, these ones I understand. These ones have actual legs. These ones have honest-to-goodness legs. I can understand why they can breathe air. Wow, the delay is pretty bad as well. I'm noticing it. It's like a minute behind me now. Mini T-Rex. Pretty much, yeah. Fish Rex. Vicious Rexus. Although, not really, I think those ones are herbivorous. Three trees! They're spreading! Goddamn trooper trees. I salute you, sir. Three trees. 2 seeds each. That's 6 seeds. The next cycle should be 6 trees. Or another 3 trees. No, wait. 9 trees. If they're dispersing their seeds, it'll be 9 trees. That one's further away. That's a good start. That one honestly might die because it's in a different spot. No, it's pretty healthy still. Or it's 1 tree, that's bad. If it's just 1 tree, that's not good. That means that it's dying out. Yeah, the trees are... Hold on, I was sorting by the wrong thing. The trees are dying out. But it's okay. That happens sometimes with the fish as well. Especially, it's the hot season. So the temperature is hotter than they're acclimatized for. But this bad boy is trooping on. Which is a good sign. That means that even in the heat, the trooper tree can survive, because it is summer right now. It's peak summer right now, and this tree is still here, which is a good sign. Oh, I didn't have plants selected. Hold on, don't panic yet. Okay, that's a new species of tree, actually. I stand fully corrected. The Warren has died out, but it is being replaced by the Wallagia. Is that an offshoot of the Warren? That seems like it would be an offshoot. Oh no, it's an offshoot of seaweed. Interesting. The Warren tree has gone extinct. But there is now the Wallagia tree instead. Perhaps it is better suited to survive the heat. I don't know. The trooper tree is not looking so hot. It's healthy though. Healthy in the middle of summer is pretty good. And now it's winter, this will be the real test. Can it survive all the seasons? It is a trooper, exactly. It is a trooper. I believe in you, trooper tree. Yeah, buddy! Okay, the trooper tree can survive anything. I believe in the trooper tree. That's a new tree. And the Wallagia is still alive. We've got 3 different species of tree now! We've also got the wombat tree, which has gone for more of a... Normally it shows me the roots. I don't know why it's not showing me the roots. But I believe that that tree might drown unless it's got the water roots. But that tree is also over here, which is great if it survives. Because it means it'll feed. It'll encourage things to try and get to the pond. Like this absolute trooper. Or this baby. This baby might stand a better chance. Come on, 4-packers. 4-packers. You're kind of going the wrong way, buddy. You gotta follow the corpses. Damn it. It's autumn now, so hopefully this trooper tree's only halfway through its life during autumn, which is good. I should have made more windy seasons to blow seeds. But also that might kill trees. trying to grow. It seems like the island trees have died, which is a bummer. Third tree species just dropped. Or fourth tree species? I don't know. The Ala tree. "38 days old. Given that the game goes in years instead of days, I caught this one like right after it grew." This is crazy. We've achieved tree. For sure, we've achieved tree. Also, this is a perfect example of convergent evolution. I mean, this tree is identical to the other trees, but it evolved from a different lineage of algae or seaweed. The Mercium is dying out, which is a bummer. Luckily, the Lurstius is still in the leaderboard. Trooper trees, I think, have gone extinct again. And the Wallagia has come back. Again, they will go extinct and come back sometimes. The fish were doing that a lot at first. It's the trees that matter. That's half true. Yeah, I mean, they both matter quite a bit. Without the fish, there's nothing to propagate the trees to evolve past their primitive forms. And also, without the fish, we don't get dinosaurs. So, I need to go to the bathroom, so watch the trees. I'm glad you think so. I'm back. Also, I mean, I find it calming too, but it also makes me want to go to the bathroom a lot, which is why that's been happening a lot. Or there's something deeply wrong with me, I don't know, I haven't been to a doctor in a while. Oh yes! Fish! Eating trees! Huge! Potentially. Because that's the only way that the seeds will spread further. Is animals eating them. And it's the dantalips, which I haven't heard of. If you see a potential mate, cry. Oh, that's big. They have oxygen though, which means that they are not... Oh, they descended from lentilfish, which have gone extinct again. The lentilfish have gone extinct a lot. I named them the lentilfish in the hopes that they wouldn't produce offspring that have the fucking ellipse. But I guess that's not how that works. Man, all of their offshoots have died. There is quite a few dentalips though. But what I actually wanted to check was if they can breathe air. Had a lot of friends who had to use the bathroom if they heard consistent running water. Yeah. I am very much one of those people. But I'm a photic sneezer, so that makes up for it. Shout out Hangreen for teaching me what that's called. I always just called myself a mutant. I mean, I knew that it was a gene mutation. And I didn't think to look beyond that. Man, those are big fish. I would be okay with purple whales. If you guys wanted to develop into whales, I would be okay with that. Wow, there's a fuckload of you. Oh wait, no, there's a fuckload of different versions of you. Wow. I guess that's what all that crossbreeding earlier was. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is so many different purple fish species. A lot of more tops though. Sometimes the name generator is just like random gibberish, and then other times, like, Zilladalops. You know, but like, sometimes it's very close to real fish names. Like, there's a type of fish called a moray, I think. So a moratop is very believable as a fish name. Holy fish. Always up to you in the end. That's true. Hey, the Mercium is back. Pterodoris is the most popular. Edis is doing very well for itself despite its limited dietary options. Levicus is still doing very well for itself, and Moratops is now third place. That explains why there's so many of them. Lusterius is actually starting to lose out. That was like second before. Now it's at the bottom of the first page, which is usually a sign that it's dying out when it starts to drop like that. Onocallium, I don't think I've seen that one before. We'll check in with those guys as soon as I check in with the trees. Wombab trees, 3 alive, 2 alive of the Wallagia trees. Did I pick the one tree that was just going extinct for you to watch over? and a couple of different herbivores. Alright, well let's check in with the wombat trees, because they're doing pretty well for themselves. Oh, they're the pond ones! Fuck yeah! Obviously we have to call these pond trees. Like pond. But also pond. Oh my god, there's so many of them now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 3 plus 2. I could have just done that. 5 trees! 5 of the pond trees! That's huge. Huge. Ginormous. And that will encourage fish into this pond. If there aren't already fish in this pond. Which it does not look like there are fish in that pond yet. Okay, camera, I need you to behave so I can get the pretty shot of the trees. And any potential animals that are coming the right way will come from here. Or potentially over the horizon. So you're interested in watching trees, or watch the most successful trees take over the pond? Which makes a lot of sense, less current for them to contend with. Although actually extremely cool, because this was the most inhospitable part of the planet to start with. Before we did all those alterations to the seasons and what have you. But isn't having a... I don't know. There's 2 ways you can play this game. You can either develop everything, so you have like the perfect ecosystem with your own plants and animals and whatever else. And then there's this way of playing. And isn't it so much more rewarding not designing a tree, but designing a world in which a tree can survive. And then seeing that tree grow and spread. Look! There's more of them now! Wow! Yeah, because to me this is so much more rewarding than if I just designed like a cactus tree. Basically. Which I know I could do. I could design a tree that would survive in this world perfectly. Slap a couple of them down, and within a matter of years we would have foliage and stuff. You think this is the better way? So do I. I wonder if I press this like, will that go away? Because I can't actually see all of chat when it hasn't. Feels kind of egotistical to heart my own thing, but I want that to go away. Okay, it does not. Can I like move it? Nope. I will admit this is a very pretty shot. Just watching the day-night cycle and these trees. This is very pretty. And now, you, Game Slayer, and anyone who happens to watch the VOD of this stream gets to truly appreciate why I picked this planet to have a ring. The ring is fucking horrendously beautiful, I think. I think all of my planets from now on are gonna have a ring. I can't imagine a world without a ring now. Looks so good. I'm a huge fan of the color of argon, and what's cool about the rings is that like purpley sunset color that it takes on is like exactly the color that I like. So, I'm a little biased. Don't panic, it's autumn. So the trees should come back. Unless they've gone extinct from not reproducing. They should come back when the season changes. Like, I went to the extreme of making a Pinterest board of just argon colored things. Like, argon purple is like my favorite color. I always used to say it's blue, but now that I think about it, it's definitely like an argon purple, like not a vibrant purple, but like a deep, vibrant purple. Like if I just said like a neon purple, you would think much brighter than the color I like, but like the color that the sky is turning right now is my favorite color. Right at sunset in this world, and the color of this beam. Well, actually, more so the color of the beam once the sun sets fully. Yeah, like that. That's very pretty. Okay, it's... a normal season again. That species of tree might have actually gone extinct. The season has changed. I'll wait until summer. See if it comes back, because maybe it's acclimatized to only live in heat. See, that's the thing about messing with the climate and the sea level and stuff. Stuff that was very specifically designed to exist in a certain temperature range might just die out. I mean, that's a given in real life, but I should I feel the need to explain that it can also happen in the game. Like, there's very specific temperature adaptations for different trees in the game. Like different roots, different leaves, different heights do better in different temperatures. Okay, it's summer now and that tree still has not come back. There's 5 of the Wallagia trees, which is a good sign. Aileron. Is that an offshoot of that other one that went extinct? Oh, it's an offshoot of the Wallagia tree. Ooh, that's exciting. Trees are evolving. Whoa. And the fish are getting freaky. That's a big ass horn. And that's a fish with red eyes. Ooh, that's freaky. And that's a fish with scales. And that's a new species of tree. Is that also an offshoot of that one that went extinct? The bebop? Nope, that's convergent evolution, baby. Alright, well, let's check in with the Wallagia trees. Unfortunately, the trees there have gone extinct. But these ones have done so well that they've created an offshoot. This one here, the Elron, which has different seeds. I'm assuming better temperature controlled seeds. Oh wow, you can actually see the pond from where these trees are. And fish corpses near them, which tells me that fish are climbing up here, and maybe that's why these trees are doing better, is because fish are climbing up and eating the seeds. And this is the spot where those herbivorous fish first popped up. Speaking of fish, what is the most popular fish now? Oh my god, it's the herbivores. Herbivores are dominating right now. And the more it tops, those purple fuckers. Lurstius has been reduced to 3rd spot at 2nd page. That's crazy. Most dominant species is now 3rd page, fucking 2nd page material. That's crazy. Technically, it's 5 trees of one species and 1 tree of a different species, which is even better. But yes, 6 trees is great. 4 trees total now, but that's still pretty good turnover per season. And this is summer as well, so you expect a little less during summer. But what I'm thinking is that these different coloured seeds are probably the better temperature ones. So this one's just an adapted version of these ones to survive better in a harsher climate. That's true, 6 trees is 6 trees. So if I'm right, we might see this species, the Wallagia, die out, and this one, the Aileron, take over. Aileron. I don't know, it's a made-up word. I can pronounce it however the fuck I want. But we might see this one replace this other one. If I'm right that it is a better temperature regulator seed. Or like even like a less energy consuming seed or something, you know. If it's a different color for a reason, I guess, is a much more concise explanation. If it's a superior color for this climate, we'll see more of it. It could just be a random mutation that occurred, and it will die out. So the reverse of what I just said could happen. It's winter right now, you would expect them to die out. It's nearing the end of winter. Okay, but we're seeing less and less of them returning, which is not a good sign. But based on the fish corpse that was on the beach earlier, there could have just been 6 because a fish got up there and ate them and spread the seed around. Like one of these big boys. They are herbivores. Well, they're omnivores. And this little baby seems pretty keen on that idea. Or maybe they're just bugging out because of the coast. Looks like they might just be bugging out because of the coast. So I don't actually know what happened earlier. Although that one doesn't seem to be swimming, that one actually seems to be crawling. This one's definitely crawling. Oh, you guys were too slow. They're still technically alive. No, turn around. See, it's really just random chance. That's how evolution works. Come on, little buddy, you can do it. I believe in you. Head the right way. Use those eye stalks. Damn it, bro, what are you doing? But you see, they're not dying immediately, which means that they're dying of starvation, not suffocation. They're surviving like a year on land. Which means that they're dying of starvation. Which, I'm guessing, if I'm right, when I click on them, they won't have an oxygen bar. Okay, I'm wrong. They are just fucking lucky, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I must be right, because the other one hasn't come back, and this one is still here. So what I said earlier about the aileron tree is right. The aileron tree has better adapted seeds for surviving the hot temperatures of this planet. For whatever reason. They must be trying really hard to develop lungs, though, if they keep coming on land even though they're dying of suffocation. You know what might also be the problem? I don't know about this because I haven't messed with this at all, but wind speed. Some of the seasons are windier than others, so I'm wondering if maybe the seeds need to be blown off the trees in lieu of something eating them. Because there are seeds specialized for that. So if we increase the seasons to have a little bit more wind, because most of the seasons don't have any wind except for autumn, I think. Oh, was that another aileron tree? Oh my god, that's a second aileron tree! Yeah, so that one's definitely better adapted to surviving in the heat. So we might see more of a rise of trees with this kind of seed and an extinction of all of the ones that have the white seeds. Which I can confirm by opening this window. And clicking through all these various fish. Yeah, all the other ones are extinct. It's just the aileron trees. And the top fish is still all the herbivores, which is crazy. And then a bottom row of herbivores, and the... Oh man, the Lystrus has been completely kicked out. Has it gone extinct? Oh man, it's going extinct. My big fish, no! My chance at whales, no! Yeah, the only thing that works against that theory is Season B, winter, has decreased wind, and these trees are still going. So I don't know. But it has increased moisture, which is probably balancing it out. That was the idea. Winter is harsher in terms of temperature. Or actually, it was supposed to be harsher in terms of temperature, but I didn't realize how hot the planet was by default. So it's actually just more temperate. More temperate, higher moisture, but no wind. That's what these little arrows mean. Oh my god, Lysterius has migrated over here. That's crazy. Maybe that's why they're dying out. They migrated away from their breeding grounds. Although they do have lungs, I think. Or the Denatulips has lungs. One of those big offshoots has lungs. Whoa, that one has spikes. Or stripes? Stripes? That one has stripes. Dortoricus. Seems like a pretty fun game overall. I would say emphasis on pretty. But also very fun, yes. It's fun in a very simulation heavy way, which is some people don't find fun at all, but I very much enjoy. I love simulation games. I mean, you've been watching me for a while, you know that I've played a lot of simulation games on stream, and I do have a fascination with them. And this is like the ultimate simulation game. What really impresses me about it, and I said this before when I streamed it on Twitch, but I'll say it again for the YouTube audience. I've literally had dreams about a game like this. Well, not like literal dreams. I have aphantasia, so I don't actually see dreams. But like, I've had very clear thoughts of a game like this. You do as well? Yeah. I figured you watch a lot of the simulation game streams that I do. I've had a lot of very clear thoughts. There was a joke in Free Guy towards the end about who would want to watch people just live out their lives. And ever since I heard that, I was like, me. I would. I would watch it. I would play a simulation game if it was just like people evolving and like doing stuff on their own. I would. If like the premise, if the original premise of the game in Free Guy was actually a game, I would play the shit out of that game. I would play the living shit out of that game. Just a bunch of people like living their lives and like developing routines and stuff on their own. I would play the shit out of that game. Daydreaming, exactly, yeah. And so when I found out about this game, that was like basically that, but on a way more extreme end of things, like evolution just sort of happening, and you can just sit here and watch evolution play out. Fuck yeah, I'm in. I'm in so fast. Hell yeah, 4 trees, baby! Let's go! Okay, I don't think we need to mess with the wind. I think trees that don't need to have their seeds blown around will evolve on their own. I don't think we need to assist. Yeah, yippee! That's very much how I feel. That's so exciting. And these striped fish are very cool. I don't know what that's about. I don't know if that's like a new skin type or if that's just a visual change. I'm assuming it might help with heat regulation or something. I don't know. Maybe. But I'd be down for some stripy fish. And also, is that an animal corpse way up on the hill? It is, yeah. Okay, they are still very much trying to get up on land. And now they have a reason to, because trees! The whole reason I'm excited about trees. Let's do that. Trees. Well, you have free will. But I should probably encourage good sleeping, but also that feels kind of hypocritical of me. I mean, when I first got this game, I streamed it for like 14 hours straight. And so it feels very hypocritical of me to encourage good sleeping habits. Especially while I'm playing this game. Sometimes you play games for 10 to 18 hours straight. Yeah. I mean, you've seen my streams, I do that a lot. Like 14 hours is usually my average. So, I'm the same way. I have actually seen your Discord pop up on my thing. I should maybe zoom out a little bit, because they might start growing further out. Don't even get me started on YouTube pinching. Yeah. I had a real bad habit of, like, just scrolling shorts before I went to sleep. And, like, falling asleep with my phone in my hand. But as of recently, I've actually started using YouTube as white noise to fall asleep. Like, I'll find a really long video about something that's, like, interesting to me, but not interesting enough that I'll stay awake to listen to it. And with a voice that's, like, pretty consistent. Like, recently I've been watching a lot of Lindsay Nicole's, That We Know Of series. Just, like, very on brand with this game. It's like paleontology breakdowns, essentially. Of, like, stuff that we know about. like human evolution and dinosaurs and stuff. Same. Click on one YouTube, look back up. Well, I've been scrolling like 30 minutes. Yeah. I was going even longer. And also, Lindsay Nicole's videos are usually like 30 minutes, which I find is like the sweet spot for falling asleep to a video for me. It's like just enough white noise for me to fall asleep. Whoa, that fish is sleeping on land. I wonder if that one... Nope, that one can't breathe on land. I need to learn more about Etis. I think they might be able to breathe on land. It would explain why they're the most dominant species now. Oh yeah, no, I'm the same way, but... Oh wow, they can't. They can just tank that for so long? That's crazy. What are these stripes? Noise pitch, noise loudness. Okay, so they've developed calling. But what are these stripes? These like a skin thing? They have extra health. Maybe they're scales? I don't know how to check. Yeah, no, I have the superpower to fall asleep anywhere as well, but... I don't know, I haven't recently because it's been so hot. So I need a little bit of assistance getting to sleep. They're just built different, yeah. Seems that way. I think they might actually be scales. And that's why they have extra health. Oh, that's why they can stay on land so long. They can literally tank extra damage. That's interesting. They developed the ability to tank extra damage before they developed lungs. So that's why they're staying on land for so long. It's because they're just tanking the damage of suffocating. That's fucking hardcore for a herbivore. Hey, that rhymed too. Also, that one got really far. That's like straight up on land. I mean, they definitely are built different. They're the dominant species now. Also, I think this one was here year-round, which is pretty crazy. If I saw that, I would just walk the other way. Yeah. That explains how a herbivore got to be the dominant species. They developed tank as an ability. Honestly, that's pretty realistic. Maybe we'll get, like, ankylosaurs or something out of them. Because I'm pretty sure animals can develop, like, armor and stuff. So maybe once they land walking, their descendants will become some form of, like, ankylosaur. Or stego or something. Something with some tank to it, you know? Or Triceratops, yeah. Man, these things grew in the height of summer. These are some tanky fucking plants. Are any other trees developing, I wonder? Oh yeah, lullaby. Well, we know these ones can survive, so why don't we go watch the other ones for a little bit. See if they can too. Oh, they're over by the volcano. That's exciting. They still have the white seed. They might not. Oh, they're only 12 days old. They might not survive. They might have just come into existence. Also convergent evolution, though. That's crazy. Yeah, this is the most of them that's ever been alive, so... Oh my god, the Moratops. Oh no, these are offshoots of the Moratops. Holy moly, the ocean is busy. It's been a while since I checked in on the ocean. The ocean is busy. Still hasn't developed real eggs, which will be pretty important to... Oh my god, the Edis is just everywhere. Oh, Lyceratus has developed the same scales, or whatever those are. Interesting. Omnivore that's blending in. That's cool. Too warm. That's killing them off. Current too strong. That's what's killing them off? Interesting. Oh man, there's only 2 Lyceratus alive. My big fish are dying! Because I don't think the Edis are as big. Or actually, are they? I don't know, it's hard for me to tell. They are pretty big. They're definitely bigger than average fish. But man, are they a dominant species. Good body plan. You know it's a good body plan when other animals steal it. I'm curious to see if those trees come back. It's been a couple of years, I think they went extinct. I'll wait for the season to change again, because maybe it's just because they were adapted for a specific temperature. Again, the white seed ones probably go extinct, because it seems like those white seeds aren't good temperature controllers. So they either need to develop like different leaves or different roots to offset that, or a different color maybe, to offset the seeds, or get better seeds. They need to do something different and not go extinct is the point I'm trying to make. Jeez, the reason I'm seeing a lot of them is because there's almost 200 of them now. what needs to happen is some of those ones with actual legs need to end up in the places where trees are growing. Like over here. That's what really needs to happen. That would be the perfect combo. It's like the ones that can actually walk, ending up where the trees are. Or these ones developing proper legs rather than those webbed feet flipper things that they've got right now. Again, I think honest to goodness flippers look different. I think these are webbed legs. I'm just happy we got consistent trees. Same. I mean, they aren't quite taking over yet, but they are consistent, and that's good. And it seems like these golden seed variety are the dominant body plan. They're the only ones not constantly going extinct. Did they just go extinct as I said that? Did I jinx it? Oh no. Come on, Elron. I believe in you. It's summer, I believe you can do it. Come back to me. Or maybe not having a sharp decrease in moisture during winter, during summer. Maybe not such a sharp... What is the moisture level? No, there's still plenty of moisture along the coast. They should still be growing here. But the temperature is like 25 degrees, 26 degrees. What you did. Yeah, no, I think those trees are dead. I feel like they would have come back by now if they weren't. They were around for like a whole millennia. What happened? And also, what is going on with that fish? Evolution's getting weird. Okay, visually it looks the same as the Edis. but I think that's a body plan thing. Because that looks like a horn to me. A tail horn. That's a flute horn. Holy moly, I was right. I didn't think I was right, but that's a fucking flute horn. For a dorsal fin. That's bananas. What a weird evolutionary development. Still no fish have made it into this pond. Okay, well, we don't have consistent trees, but we know that the climate is habitable for trees. They just need to evolve the right specs. Which they can do without going extinct before they've had a chance to create offshoots. Because that's what the aileron was. It was an offshoot of a different species of tree that went extinct way before it did. So now that that's happened once, we know that that can happen again. And that just needs to happen a couple of times until we get a tree that isn't bad at surviving in this temperature year-round. Something that needs to be able to handle the highs and lows of this planet. Which is actually pretty consistent in this coastal areas. In terms of like moisture and stuff, they're fine. It's really the temperature that's throwing them, I think. The temperature and maybe the wind drop, but I don't know how much that actually affects trees. Again, never messed with seasons before. I don't know how much they actually affect things. Wow, fish are getting weird. They're developing like horns and stuff. A lot. I don't know what that's about. The fish are doing really well. The trees are still struggling. But the fish had fucking 9 millennia to figure their shit out, and the trees have only really had a couple of millennia because I think the climate was literally too inhospitable before now. And with the sea level changes constantly, any that did manage to survive got killed off by drowning. Oh my god, if I had just waited a little bit. Oh no, that's seaweed. Never mind. But yeah, we really just need to give it a couple of millennia for trees to develop, I think. I think they will once they get a foothold. The soil is nutrient dense and moist. It's just really hot, mostly rocks. And not a lot of wind. So it's a desert. Half of the time it's a cold desert. And then the rest of the time it's just Australia, basically. And stuff grows there. It just needs to figure its shit out. But I'm getting real hungry. So I might go on break to eat. If you wanted to sign off. Because I'm gonna go make myself some food. Actually, I'm gonna let the simulation run while I go make food. And then when I get back, I'll go on break to eat it. Again, I keep forgetting that this is like a very hands-off game. I don't actually have to be here for most of this. Although, I should be. Actually, I should be. Because trees might show up again. And I want to be here if trees show up again. So yeah. I take back what I said earlier. I am actually just gonna go on break now. So thank you for watching. I'll be back in like 30 minutes. Thank you. Enjoy the sleep, I assume. Alright. Oh, you'll probably stay up? Okay. Well, enjoy the staying up. Again, I'll be back in like 30 minutes. I actually have to cook my food. I only have 3 hours. Oh, well that's fine. Yeah. That's not too bad. You can be a little tired if it's just 3 hours. Anyway. Real hungry. Gotta go. There we go. Huh, my headphones were slightly unplugged. Good shout. That was weird. I was just watching a YouTube video, so I don't know how I could hear the YouTube video, but my headphones were unplugged a little bit. So I gave it some thought regarding the trees dying. And I think it's a combination of three things, which I mentioned earlier: heat, mostly rocks, and wind. I don't believe I can control the fact that it's mostly rocks. I don't think I can do land sculpting. I can remove organisms, but I don't think I can edit the land. I think we would just have to start over. If I didn't want the land to be mostly rocks. But I'm fine with the land being mostly rocks. I don't really want to mess with the temperature anymore, because I think that all the spikes and weird shit that we're seeing is because of the heat. Shit gets weird when it's hot, just look at Australia. So, I don't really want to mess with that any more than we already have. So that kind of just leaves wind. Like this season, all the wind dies down completely. And I'm wondering if that might be causing adverse problems that I'm unaware of. And also, I think there's a season that completely gets rid of moisture. No. Yes. There's season A completely gets rid of moisture, which is pretty extreme. Now you may notice the heat ones are only 2, and that's something I did very early on. They were 3, I lowered them down to 2 because it was literally so hot and so cold that all of the fish were dying in either season. So I lowered it by 1. That was before anyone was watching. I lowered it by 1 during the season change just so it wasn't so drastic as to kill off everything. It wasn't just killing off trees, it was killing off literally everything. But it does make a lot of sense to me that during summer it gets drier. That makes a lot of sense. So I don't want to get rid of the low moisture, but I do think that maybe I should reduce the low moisture because that might help. And maybe even increase it in the seasons that are supposed to be more neutral. Like season C and season D. Or it could be the season B complete drop of wind, which I'm not entirely sure why I chose to do that. Because that's supposed to be like winter. Winter can sometimes be windy, so I don't know why I completely removed the wind from winter. But there is no wind in winter. Or season B. Do too, maybe. For the moisture and wind. But yeah, I mentioned that I lowered it down to 2 for the temperature because I figure it'll probably work for the moisture and the wind if that is the problem. For the moisture, at least. Okay. We'll see how that affects summer. Because I did notice that that's when they were mostly dying, was in summer. And I'm wondering if that's because it got literally so dry that nothing could survive. On top of the fact that it's already really hot, you know? Like summer plus it already being really hot. And then all of the moisture also vanishing is not great. Well, that's the thing. During Season A, the moisture completely drops down, or at least it did until I set it to 2 just then. And then during Season B, it goes fully up. And I was paying attention, and I think during Season B is when they were all sprouting, which makes a lot of sense. And then during Season A is when they were all dying, so we were only watching them for 3 seasons. Which is very much what it felt like. If they're mostly dying in Season A, then that's probably the reason. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If that doesn't work, then it could be the fact that there's no wind. Except for during Season C. There's a little bit of wind during Season C. Because again, that was supposed to be like spring or autumn. I don't know. I can't tell them apart. But, you know, it was supposed to be one of the windier end of the difficult seasons. That's what Season C was supposed to be. A little bit windier, end of the harsh seasons. Yeah. Jeez, there's almost 200 of those Edis fish now. That's a lot of fish. The other alternative is that all of the trees that have existed up till now were weak. And we just need a tree to evolve that is tough enough to survive the harsh climate of this world. Because the other thing, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier when you could hear me, but most of the time, like this is winter. Red is really hot. Orangey yellow is getting on the colder side. So like it's either very hot or very cold during the harsher seasons. Kind of a little bit of both. Where the ring is, it's very cold, and where the ring isn't, it's very hot. And then when the seasons go stabilized, so does the weather. Pretty consistent in the high teens. But temperate climate, quote unquote temperate climate, 200 is crazy. Yeah. Mostly temperate climate is 14 degrees. That's like the 14, 15 is what the game considers temperate climate. Which makes a lot of sense. That's like an average day here. And the coldest part right now in what is supposed to be the temperate season that I can find is 17 degrees. So it's a couple of degrees above what the game considers temperate. 16 degrees, that's the lowest I can find. That's still 2 degrees above temperate, you know? So even at its most temperate, it's still pretty fucking hot. And then on the flip side of that, when it's cold, it's below freezing. So we need really sturdy plants, or chiller seasons. And I do quite literally mean chiller seasons. Wow, that's a lot of fish. Wow, there's so many fish you can actually like see them below the surface of the water. This is how people used to describe whales here, like there were so many that you could hop across them. That's very much what this feels like. So this is literally just a slice of Australia. Yeah, pretty much. You know what the funniest part is? I was endeavoring to make a very habitable planet. That was my goal when I first designed this planet. I was like, I'm gonna make this a really temperate climate. And somehow I made it boiling fucking hot without realizing. So it is in fact not a temperate climate, but just Australia. And much like in Australia, the animal's solution to surviving here is get real freaky. I'm noticing. Which again is not something I want to mess with because a bunch of freaky animals, I'm totally okay with a bunch of freaky animals. But like just clicking through this real quick, I'm noticing horns. I'm noticing red eyes. I'm noticing fish that can walk already, even though there's nothing for them to walk on. I'm noticing fucking spikes in their head. More horns. More horns. More red eyes. Fucking just a circle of teeth. Even more horns. Just so many horns and spikes. That guy has a flute horn in his ass. More horns. Respectfully to the queer community, which I am technically a part of, the gayest looking fish I've ever seen. More bisexual actually. That's much closer to a bisexual flag than anything. There was even more spikes before. I assume some of the really spiky ones went extinct. Actually, no, I don't amend my statement. That is a very gay fish. It has a pink mohawk. That's a butch lesbian if ever I've seen one. Mimpicus. Mimpicus. Gay fish. Oh, and spikes. Not to mention fur earlier. Don't forget about the furry fish. Anyway. Now again, we're gonna have to wait. I mean, I could time jump. But... I mean, I could speed up time. I'm actually technically running on, like, normal speed right now. I could speed up time. But it tends to lag the game out a little bit. I'd rather just do, like, 1,000-year time jump. Or a couple of 100 years. The reason I say 1,000 is because that's when it deletes old models of extinct species that aren't gonna come back, which can free up some memory, so the game typically runs a bit better. Every 1,000 years the game runs a little better. In theory, that's what's supposed to happen. Obviously, if during those 1,000 years a bunch of animals go extinct, then that kind of offsets the benefits of it, but if you've got like a bunch of species that are sitting around that aren't going to come back, and you aren't going to have any go extinct, which we might have like a couple of these offshoots go extinct, but I think the large majority of these fish will probably be around for another 1,000 years. They might evolve slightly, but I think for the most part these ones will probably stick around for a little bit until land plants show up, in which case they'll evolve to start moving onto land. It won't be a see if you like it situation, because I won't be able to reverse it. I don't think. I think it auto-saves once I time jump. I think time jumping has a... I think I read somewhere that time jumping has an auto-save built into it. So I think that'll overwrite whatever save I do beforehand, I think. I don't know. But no, it's more whether or not you want to watch the 100 or so years or whatever it is that will pass. I mean, as I've been talking, like 10 years have passed, you know. I mean, I'm not positive about that, but I'm not positive about it either, if that makes sense. Like, I'm pretty sure that I read that somewhere, but I'm not 100%. And so, if I'm right about what I read, then I wouldn't be able to go back. But if I'm wrong, I would be able to go back, and that's fine. But I also don't really want to save scum. I kind of want to full commit to whatever decision I make, you know. Besides, obviously, what we did earlier about getting the climate right, because that's not really... That's something that just requires tinkering, you know. You're not going to get that right first try. And if you are, it's probably not something that you needed to mess with in the first place. With a run like this. What's the smallest I can do? That's a good question. I don't actually know. The smallest I can do is 50 years. Which is like 50 years have probably passed in the time that we've been talking about time jumps. Yeah, no, that's not bad at all. I don't know how well the corner is showing up on the YouTube. Again, like today's the first day that I've streamed on YouTube, but like I don't know if I've got the sizing right on everything. but there is a little ticker in the corner that's telling you how far time has progressed, and I'm pretty sure since we started talking about time jumps, at least 50 years has passed. Well, I'm happy just to watch evolution do its thing. But if I was to do a time jump, I'd probably do more than 50 years. Just on the basis that, like, not much is gonna change in 50 years, probably. The only way something would happen in 50 years that I can think of is if I set off a volcano. Then some stuff would definitely happen. It looks good. Well, that's good. I just wanted to make sure trees hadn't evolved in the time we were talking about time jumps. Which it doesn't look like they did. It's all pretty much Edis here, except this one Hobie Tops. If you feel pain, go away from it. Well, that's good. They're evolving traits, at least. The clicking on animals feature is a little bugged, I don't know. Sometimes I can't even, like, I can click on plants most of the time, but animals are a little bugged. Whoa. Whoa. I'm inside that fish. I am quite keen to set off that volcano at some point, because I didn't have a volcano on my last planet, and I haven't seen what it would do. If it's anything like a meteorite, it'll be pretty bad for any species that are near it. Okay, yeah, so the Hydus body plan, which was the first, I should explain this. So, before there was the Mercium, which was that one that you saw a lot of, there was the Hydus, which is where a lot of these fish get their shape from. I mean, one look at that thing. And that's where a lot of them got their body plan from. Which was an evolution of the manta fish. Which was an evolution of the giga fish, which was an evolution of the first fish. But they pretty much all branched off from the Hydus. And there were a couple of different attempts at it. The Todons lasted a while, but they were meat eaters, I think, so they didn't last very long. Mercium was the most successful branch, which then gave rise to the Lurstus, which was pretty successful, and the Edis, which is now the predominant species, which has now given rise to a bunch of its own offshoots, most of which probably won't make it. But the Atias seems to be doing okay for itself, and that's already had a bunch of failed offshoots. But generally speaking, the Hydus genus, the Hydus body plan, Seems to be working out pretty swell for these fish. Because they all just look like hiders to me. Or Mercium to me, because Mercium was actually around for way longer than Hydus was. And Hydus was smaller as well. These are mostly the size of Merciums. I believe Forparus is second dominant species, so this is an area with both of the kings of the ocean at the moment. Or kings of life on Earth, really. Unless you count seaweed, I guess. Which is the undisputed king of this planet, because there's been seaweed a lot longer than there's been fish. So this is a pretty interesting area, because you get to see both of the kings in action. With, again, two different solutions to the same problem, which is strong currents. One of them went longer and one of them went fatter. Same problem, different solutions. And I think that's pretty cool. I'm hoping that eventually they combine and then we get whales. Imagine these sort of fatness, but with those length. That's basically a whale. Evolve some flippers on that bad boy and you basically got a whale. Okay, it is now the rainy season. I'm gonna check if any... Oh. I'm gonna go above the water, I'm gonna check if any trees have evolved. No trees have evolved. I also realized while I was on break, see, that's why food is important. It's how your brain gets the energy to think of stuff. That I could just be doing that, and it saves me a lot of time rather than clicking through each thing. I just remove animals from the search, and it will show me any trees. Yeah. But yeah, so these are all different species, but they're all... The big blue ones are all different species, but they're all based on the Hydus. And these guys are based also probably on the mantafish, I think. Oh no, they're a direct line to gigafish. They skipped mantafish and just went straight to gigafish. Cut out the middleman. So these are descendants of the gigafish. These four pirates. And it's pretty cool that you can like track it back like that. I think that's a very cool and needed feature for a game like this. The fact that you can just easily check where a animal came from in terms of its evolution. It's not like some crazy thing you have to dig up, it's just a couple of clicks and you can work it out. I mean, it's a lot of clicks when you're a couple of millennia in, but... Pardon me. But... relatively painless in the early days. Like 2 or 3 clicks depending on genetic diversity. But yeah, absolutely a good function to have. That's what I mean. For a solo indie game, this is such a well thought out game. Like, it's insane to me the amount of detail that went into this game. Like, every part of this game is just oozing attention to detail. And I love that about it. Like, the simple art style kind of throws you off a little bit. But it's really well thought out. Every single part of it, the way they move is based on, like, animal documentaries and speculative evolution. The way the plants grow is based on slow-mo footage. You know, like, it's all so well thought out. I don't know how this is made by one person, it's very impressive. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's crazy. It's crazy to me that one person was like, I'm gonna make this. You know? I don't know. I'm in awe. Honestly. That's why I'm a big fan of, like, support indie developers, because you get cool shit like this. That actually has, like, a fuck given about it, instead of just yearly slop. We're almost at 10 millennia. That's a big milestone. I should check for more trees. No trees. I'll check at 10 millennia. The sturdiest species of seaweed probably hasn't been developed yet. I mean, it's successful for ocean, but I think the ocean is colder than the surface. Yeah, the ocean is like temperate climate all around here, which explains why there's so much life here. And I think that's pretty general as well for most of the ocean. As the ocean is like the perfect temperature for life. And then the surface is... Every time I play this game I just think about Bill Wirtz, The History of the Entire World, I guess. The sun is a deadly laser. Which is very much still the case. There's so many lines from Bill Wirtz, The History of the Entire World, I guess, which applies to this game, like when you're playing it. In my head it's just constantly on a loop while I play this game because this is so appropriate. Which, by the way, if you haven't seen it, fantastic YouTube video. Very funny. Bill Wirtz is incredibly talented. It's a decently long video, I mean it's the history of the entire world, but... And the funniest part is that he updates it pretty regularly. or whenever there's a reason to update it. So it's actually not the version that I originally saw now, which is pretty cool. And a little depressing depending on how you look at it, I guess. Oh, come on, bro. I'm trying to keep you in shot. Trying to keep you in the frame, and you're actively trying to leave the frame. Alright, fuck you then. You don't want to be in the camera, you don't get to be in the camera. Yeah. Like every time there's a major world event, he updates it. Pretty sure. I'm thinking about one specific scene from it which is very applicable to this. And it's the scene of the fish first coming onto land. And it's like a little PNG of a fish on a coastline going, like trying to climb up the coast. And then it's like ticking over like millions of years as that's happening. And that's very much what playing this game is like in the early stages. Seeing the little fish going, Must be working overtime this year, probably. I haven't actually watched it in a while, so yeah, might have been updated again. I think sometimes he waits until certain events are over before he updates it. But I do remember he updated it once when I went back to watch it. I was like, that wasn't in the video the last time I watched it. And it's pretty cool. I guess the downside of that is that the video gets longer each time as well. Oh, there must have been a memory reload. I didn't see the warning for it. So the cool thing about that, it seems like it's a kind of annoying thing that randomly happens. But that was actually the result, I'm pretty sure, of a fan-submitted complaint about how much memory the game was eating up. Because I found an old discussion from like a couple of months ago on the Steam discussions page. And it was someone complaining about something that I've had an issue with as well. That's how I found it, because I was googling the issue that I'm having. And, I must have just missed it. And the discussion here was like, memory issues, the game's chewing up a lot of memory, blah blah blah. And then Wessel Stoop, the guy who made the game, replied to it, like trying to offer suggestions on how to fix it. And there was like a back and forth between Wessel and this person. And then they suggested, like, because Wessel was talking about doing, like, the suggested fix was to, like, save the game, quit out, and go back in, because if you run the simulation long enough, you know, all the evolutions take up memory, like I was talking about earlier. Like, that's why I was saying if I was going to do a time skip, I'd do it 1,000 years, because that's when the models get deleted for evolutions that have gone extinct and aren't coming back, because the game just reuses assets. Obviously, if there's an evolution that's going to return, that's why there's the returning feature. and that's why it stores models, which is partly why it takes up so much memory. And then the response to that was, what if you just had like an automatic reload? And then Wessel basically responded to that with like, that's a pretty neat idea. No promises, but it might be included, or something like that, with a smiley face. And now we have that. So it just randomly reloads whenever I guess the memory is maxing out. Which is pretty neat. Trees! I told you after 100 years, after 10 millennia. One of each tree, that's rough. But manageable. Oh my god, I almost hit the exterminate species button on the most popular one. Oh my god, there's multiple pages of trees. Wow. And that one's an island tree, that's exciting. Let's play Spot the Trees. There's a tree. Wow. There's some trees. Wow. There's some more trees. Wow. Oh, Dave listening to the community, that can't be real. Yeah. I know, that's the coolest part to me, is like a dev that actually like takes on feedback, you know? And because I've been having that issue with the file going missing, I've been coming across a lot of discussion pages with Wizzlestoop from fans of the game that are like, I have this issue, how do I fix this issue? And then him responding. They're never the issue that I'm having, but it's cool to see that that's happening that often, you know? And also, wow, you can actually hear the calls that some of them are making now. Unless I was hallucinating that. Holy tree spam. Yeah. That's why I'm focused over here. There's like trees galore over here. And also this little dude. That's a baby too, you can tell by the darker color. This little Teletus. Most of these ones have the white seed though, so I'm kind of worried that they're gonna die. Wow, you can even see the ones on the coast over there. I wonder if maybe not being pink would help them. Because color sensitivity does affect stuff in this game. I've had that in my previous world. Like everything could only be like red, otherwise it would die. So I do wonder if the temperate climate of the ocean making these plants purple is not suited to the harsh sun of the actual planet. And they need to evolve a different color in order to not die out. I don't know, there's a lot of things it could be, which is the real problem. Wow, this species of seaweed is producing a lot of these trees. I could probably figure out which species of tree, which species of seaweed has produced the most successful trees, but that would be annoying and time consuming. Old age is killing these trees and nothing else though, that's a good sign. Also came from the Aurea. Wow, okay, Aurea might be the seaweed to look out for. Oh, and they're pond trees as well, that's... or close to the pond, that's so good. Oh, I was talking, but I was muted. Dang it. You can hear me now, I'm guessing. I was getting excited over the fact that they were going onto land to lay their eggs and then going back into the water, which is a very interesting approach to having developing lungs that I haven't actually seen, but it's very turtle-esque, and that makes me very excited because I like turtles. I really like aquatic animals. In case you couldn't tell. Turtles especially. I mean, who doesn't like a fish with armor that basically sends its children to war? I hope we get turtles out of this behavior, because this is very turtle-esque behavior. Crawling up onto the beach to lay your eggs, and then crawling back into the water. That's fucking Mama Turtle coded. And we already know that different armors and weapons and what have you can evolve on this planet, because we've already got, like, flute horns and shit. And a lot of spikes. So we might get, like, spiky turtles. You like aquatic animals? No way. Yeah. Did those ones get the stripes? Is that why they're able to be on land so long? Or do they just have lungs? Because I haven't checked the Rabatos yet. Oxygen on land. Is this just a land dweller? Oh my god, they sound so good! I haven't actually heard animal calls in this game yet. For some reason they were like bugged on my last... Oh my god, this one breathes air. Holy shit. I think that might be our first air-breathing, like fully land-dwelling animal. Is these things that are also swimming around in the ocean. That's a fucking turtle. Develop some armor and that's a turtle. I would honestly take even just weapons, like spikes or some shit. And that's a turtle, as far as I'm concerned. Oh my god, I can hear them. I don't know how well the sound's coming through, maybe I should turn the music down. But they are going every so often. And have the trees mostly died? Well, that's a tree. And that's a tree. And there's still those trees over there. So, definitely not. The trees are living and there's land-breathing animals nearby that can spread the seeds. The music is pretty low compared to the game. Really? That's odd. Dang, there's almost 200 of the Edis. What about these weird turtle things? What are they called? Well, I've completely blanked on what they're called. Oh, they were called like something. Robotops or something like that. Oh man, they went extinct. Those land breathers went extinct. That's annoying. Trees are doing well though. Most of them have one or two. I'm seeing some seed dispersal variation. Still the same root design, but that's fine. But look at that. Fucking 3 pages of trees. That's crazy. Trees over there. Okay, the proto-turtles did not live very long though. Oh, they're not extinct. Fuck yeah. If you see a plant, cry. If you see an animal, cry. You go, little buddy. I believe in you. Oop. I'm gonna save real quick, because we've developed land breeders and I don't want to lose them. You go, little buddy. You can make it to the pond. I believe in you. No, don't turn around. You were so close. You can do it, I believe in you, Robbie. You're back on track. Just keep hitting in a straight line. And you'll make it to infinite food. No. Or you just gotta hit in a straight line and you'll be there in like 5 seconds. Yes! Get there before you die. And lay eggs there. I believe in you, buddy. You're like halfway. You're almost there. The end is within sight. Can you see the trees in the distance? I believe in you. Get your sleep though. Sleep is important, especially at your age. It's crazy that it's taken this animal's entire life to do this. Like, it might not even make it there. It's hibernating, I guess, because it's sleeping for multiple years. Oh my god, has hibernation developed on this planet because of the weather? I didn't even think about that, but that could totally be a thing. Hibernation developing on this planet. Because I know that hibernation can exist on this game. So maybe these early land dwellers have to hibernate just to move across the land. That's bananas. And not even something I considered. I want to check in with the genus of Forporus, because I think that they can breathe ocean and air now. They can still only breathe water? That's hardcore. They're just crawling around on land a whole bunch trying to develop lungs. That's hardcore. That's fucking metal as fuck. Those things can't even breathe on land. They're just crawling around on it a whole bunch. I am very invested with how these animals are gonna get to that pond. But I also want to check in with the islands. All a tree would have to do is develop on these islands. There are so many animals over here who can already walk. Like this little dude. Oh, fuck, that little dude is dead. But there's more of his species around. And they have, like, legit legs. So all a tree would have to do is grow on this coast. And bada bing bada boom, this whole island has trees. Tree. Different seed? No. Just the angle of the sun. think that one's bugged out. But I suspect it's this breed of fish, which has developed traits. I want to see if it can breathe on air. Breathe on land. It can't either. Those are just tanking the weather? That's crazy. I think some of these animals are just using the islands to die. Speaking of die, the one tree over here died. The trees over here are doing okay. They're actually hitting more inland. Wow. These trees are where it's at. Oh, you're hitting up. Alright. Yeah? I mean, I've been streaming this game a lot. So most definitely if you tuned in again. Hell, I might even still be streaming when you wake up. Yeah, thank you. I hope you get enough sleep to make it to school on time. Probably. I don't know. I don't really plan. I'll just stream until my brain goes numb. Definitely be at least another 3 hours. I don't know. Wow, that's pretty far inland as well. Hope a tree survives. So do I. Oh, this is the spot. Look at these bad boys. That's a good shot to end on. 6 trees, just like when you got invested in the trees. These ones breathe both ocean and air. I think they can. They can! Fuck yeah! Land dwellers! I mean, not legitimate land dwellers, these are semi-aquatic. Turtles! Booga booga early turtles. Whoa, that's a lot of trees. Trees have also returned to the pond. Fuck yeah. Oh my god. Pretty soon we'll have life in the pond. Very cool. Hopefully, convergent evolution in the pond. But I'm more excited in these land-dwelling, these semi-aquatic apocalypse. Are these things semi-aquatic as well? I think they are. Bardicus. Also not a bad name for a fish. They are semi-aquatic. Cool. That's a whole lot of... That's a whole lot of semi-aquatic animals around these couple of trees. That makes me very excited. That's really promising. Semi-aquatic animals plus trees equals land-dwelling animals equals actual foliage. Very cool. Equals maybe turtles. Also very cool. Am I tripping, or are they bigger this time? It's really hard for me to tell. I've been looking at the same trees for a really long time. It's legitimately very hard for me to tell if these trees are bigger or not. I also don't know what happened to those semi-aquatic animals that I was very excited about just a moment ago. It is still the most popular fish. Bardicus is alive. Okay, that's one of the land breathers that I was just looking at. What about just plants? What do we got in the way of just trees? 5 alive. Those ones. Five pages of tree. Oh, extinct. Okay, what have we got in the way of just living trees? 3 pages of just living trees, that's pretty good. That's a lot of trees. I mean, compared to the none we had previously. I think we finally tinkered the environment to be just livable enough for life. After 10 million years. After 10 millennia. Finally, life is livable. Kind of. Not land dwelling, but livable. And that's Bardicus. Okay, cool. Bardicus have developed those, what I think are scales. Those stripes on their back. I think those are scales, which give them extra health, which means that they can survive longer on the planet's surface. So the sea is worked out earlier, thanks to Game Slayer helping me tinker the environment. Again, Cheddar's control everything about this environment. That's the way I've decided to do it. The way the environment is currently set up, the water level is just low enough that coastal trees like this can survive. And it's just cold enough, because this was swelteringly hot for some reason when I made it. I don't know why I made the temperature so hot. I don't think I touched the temperature dial and just assumed that it would be habitable because it said it was habitable. But it was like 30 plus degrees, which is pretty hot. But it's now down to... It's now down to 23 degrees, which is like a hot summer here. So it's technically livable for life. And it's very moist and very nutrient dense. It is mostly rocks, which is also making it hard for plants to live here. Like red is rock, green is clay. So it's mostly rocks. most of the entire place is rocks. If I zoom right out and I show you every island, it's mostly rocks. There's a little bit of not rock, but most of it is rock. But it is very moist. Green is no moisture. Blue is plenty of moisture, so it is relatively moist. Dark blue is deep groundwater, green is no groundwater, so there is also some groundwater. Nutrients, blue is plenty of nutrients, so the entire place has plenty of nutrients. The trees just have to adapt the right way in order to penetrate either deep groundwater or live in moist ground. And they have to be able to live on rocks, pretty much, if they want to cover the entire island. If they want to cover all of the islands completely, they have to be able to live in rocks. But probably what we'll actually see is a successful species of tree like this one, which right now this is the definition of a successful species of tree, Walali, is one of the most successful trees. Waldantum? That does actually sound like a tree name. Waldantum, over here on this coast, is technically the most successful. Wow. 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 Isn't that right, Lucy? This is the most successful tree. And that makes sense. It's near a pond, and it's near semi-aquatic animals. Both great things for trees to have going in their favor in early evolution. That's exactly what you like to see, and this particular tree has developed a lower seed sometimes, which is helping it out immensely, I think. Because a lot of the animals that have developed semi-aquatic near the mainlands haven't developed proper legs. Weirdly, a lot of the ones that have developed legs are all around the islands, and no trees have developed there. Correction, trees did develop there and then they went extinct before the animals developed legs. So that was just a bit of a timing issue on their part. The trees or the animals, depending on who you want to blame. Or me, if you want to blame me for being a cruel god, that's also acceptable. I could have given them legs. That sound you might occasionally hear is the first sounds of life on this planet. And also, I don't know how well this is picking up on YouTube, but those pink lines on that hill over there mean there's trees. The trees at a distance just kind of turn into pink lines. Or whatever colour they are right now, most of them are pink. But if you can see those pink lines where my cursor is, those are a line of trees back there as well. But I'm focusing on these ones so that you can also hear and see the animals trying to get into that pond. Emphasis on trying. They're doing their best, okay, but they have no legs, like I mentioned earlier. They have webbed feet. Some of them are semi-aquatic though, so they do, like the Phoroparus, I believe, is semi-aquatic, so it does have the ability to breathe air already. Some of them are already laying their eggs up on the shore, in fact. I'm hoping that that behavior leads to turtles, where they go up on land to lay their eggs and then come back down. Could be very exciting. And I think due to the heat of this planet, it has resulted already in several animals with spikes and horns. Fish with spikes and horns. Oh no, that's Rabi. That's one of the first semi-aquatics that I noticed. They are very turtle-like in their behavior. They lay their eggs on the beach and then they swim, crawl back down towards the water. Very turtle-like. I'm gonna quickly go check on my cat. I'll be right back. I'll leave the game running so you can enjoy the view. I'm back, and I'm glad to see that the trees are still alive. That's always a huge win. It honestly looks like we've finally got steady trees, which is pretty huge for this planet. I mean, it's been like 10 millennia of trees just constantly going extinct every single time that they're born. Ugh, bro. My cat just pissed on her pillow. I knew something like that was happening. I felt it in my bones that she was about to do something like that. That's why I got up to check on it. She fucking waited until she was on the pillow to do it. That's fucking rude. Now we gotta start a wash cycle right after the free water has run out. That's rude. Wow, quite a sizable patch has formed over here. Look at those trees. Aldum trees. Oh dang, I was hoping to still see trees here when I got back. That's quite unfortunate. I have decided that my cat for tonight has lost inside the room privileges. Despite her inevitable protests, and how upset that makes me, because that means no cat on my lap. She's gonna go fucking pissing on my bed again. No more inside the bedroom for her. I put a pillow in a box that she's been jumping into, so she can fucking sleep on that. And I know that sounds cruel, but she's old and crazy, and I'm running out of... not patience. I've got unlimited patience for her, but I don't have unlimited money to keep cleaning her messes. So I need to mitigate the expense of her mess. And that means limiting her to one room out of my two-room house. I wonder if those trees will grow back. They should, because that one in the water survived. Oh. And those three. Yeah, I didn't figure they were the same species. I think darker purple trees do better. Yeah, like look at these bad boys. Freaky. Whoa. Glowing fish. Lodocata is the most dominant species of fish now. Beating out Etus finally. It's been a while since I checked in on the animals, we've been so focused on the trees. But I'm seeing more and more trees popping up everywhere, so I figure it's time we go back to focusing on the animals. Old age. And they're eating the eggs of this species while having their eggs eaten by this species. Having their meat, fresh meat eaten by both of these species, but primarily this one. Most alive 170, and there is currently 151 of them, so they are decreasing in numbers. Show me Lodocata. Okay, and they've got the bug eyes on top of photoreceptors. That's what that looks like to me. So they have just an insane field of view. My goodness. They have both down and everywhere covered in terms of their view. They might become full-blown just bugs, actually. They've also developed what looks like fur on their backs. And a really good trait if you see food, go towards it. But they do not live as long as some other species of fish in the ocean. And unlike most of the fish in the ocean, they do not look cute as babies. They look equally as horrifying as babies. Why 4 eyes? That's crazy. Although 4 eyes and however many eyes flies technically have. Isn't it like 1,000 or something? Ridiculous like that. And it seems like these traits are genetic because those are the exact same traits as the last two that I looked at. So if you feel pregnant, it attacks, so they get violent when they're pregnant. And they will go towards food. And they are both meat, fresh meat, animal, and egg eaters on top of being plant eaters. But they do not eat algae. Which is fascinating. Strictly plants. Strictly plants and animal matter. And they do not live very long. And again, they have hair and bug eyes. An interesting combo. I'm gonna check on my cat again real quick while you admire these freaky bug fish. My cat is truly starting to lose it, I think. She was just outside eating her own vomit. It was like, it's been a while since she meowed at the door, something must be up. And I went outside and she was eating her own vomit. Which is gross. And I don't know what to do about it. It's almost as gross as these weird bug fishes. Which, how close are they to actually becoming genuine bugs? Because they'll need a couple of things, including the ability to breathe air. It's crazy to me that they didn't lose the photoreceptors in favor of the bug eyes. They just added bug eyes to their photoreceptors. They still only breathe water. Aquatic pointy teeth. Oh, they also developed horrendous teeth. I didn't notice that. And what looks to be fur. And they're asexual. Or they reproduce asexually. Interesting. Gross. Gross and interesting. Oh, I can't escape the weird bug eyes. They've ended up over here. Oh, this is the place to be, though. These trees are living year round. I finally caved and let my cat be inside. And gee, half a millennia passed while I was away doing that. I tried to get her in the box, and I found her outside eating more of her own vomit. I think because it was recently food, it must have still smelled like food. I don't know. Wow. Wow. You're not sitting directly on my lap, Lucy. I saw you walking around in your own vomit earlier, and I only ever saw you clean your front legs, so I'm not letting you under the sleeping bag. You can sit on top of the sleeping bag. But I am not caving as far as to let you inside the sleeping bag. No. No. Anybody? Hey. Okay. Well. It's just the washing machine, which is on because you pissed on your pillow. Hey? She keeps staring at the washing machine all freaked out like. And it's not lost on me that those are definitely bug in the making. They're hopping even. Are these gonna be mosquitoes? Did I cause mosquitoes to evolve? What are you doing? Lucy. Sit down, you weirdo. Sit. Don't make me come over there and... Sit. You're acting like a freak, and it's freaking me out. Sit. Don't give me that look. This is on you. You're the one that pissed on a pillow. Anytime you're hovering over the pillow like that now, I'm going to assume that you're about to piss on it. That's on you. Goddamn cats. Also, surely these ones can breed air now. Oh, these aren't even the bugs. These are an offshoot of the bugs. The Zericators. Zaricators. Yeah, the Vodicator must be the one I was thinking of. They lost one of their good traits in favor of the less good one. Yeah, these are semi-aquatic. I think bugs are evolving on my planet. Which is also a first for my planets. My first planet didn't have any bugs, even 20 millennia and 20, almost 30 millennia, and it didn't have bugs. This one's almost got bugs by the 12th millennia. And I say that because these are getting awfully bug-like. And this is an older model. They don't have the tail fin anymore. Nor the dorsal fin. So they are just the flippers and ridiculous amount of eyes. And that, to me, looks like a flapping motion that they just did. I think they are trying to evolve flight. Right there, tell me that isn't a flapping motion. Oh my god. Is that premature flight? I can't tell if it's bugging out or if it's a bug. Not as in a glitch, but as in it's a bug. Or a bird, I guess. Tell me that isn't a flapping motion. The resistance against poison makes me think bug, though. Gliding, no. Flying, no. Whoa. It's a weird musical cue, I haven't heard that one before. Thought maybe it was like a desert theme, but... You alright, buddy? Hold on, I'm gonna fix something for my cat real quick. I'll be right back. That should hopefully be the last time I have to get up for my cat tonight. You alright, Lucy?
I don't know. She seems a little uncomfortable, but I can't do anything to make her more comfortable, so it's kind of on her. Whoa. Invasion of the bug snatchers. Few trees over there. Few trees over there. Few trees over there. There's little patches showing up everywhere. And there's the Edis coming on the land. Still no bugs in the pond. Or fish. I was saying whoa at the sheer number of bugs. I'm gonna call them bugs until proven otherwise, because they have bug eyes. And if it goes like a bug, and it looks like a bug, I'm going to call it a bug. Whoa. I like this camera angle, you get to see some of the animals and the trees and the ring at sunrise and sunset. Now it is winter, so only the trees and the more temperate parts will thrive. They are definitely getting bigger. I'm not crazy about that, they are definitely getting bigger. Which is cool. I already had walking land animals in my last world before the trees started getting even remotely that large. I reckon it's to accommodate those things that are probably gonna start flying, I reckon. Are they cannibals? Well, their descendants are. Because I could have sworn I just saw one of them eat another baby, but it could have been one of the other ones. And those are the trees they eat. Ooh, different eye development over here. And the four pass descendants. Trees have yet to redevelop on this island. Nor either of these ones. But they are holding steady along this coast. What is the dominant species now? Still them. Pyrus is second. Zvitops is third.
Edis is still holding its 4th spot. It was previously the dominant species. Tunensis is in the 5th spot. And an offshoot of that is in the 4th spot. So that fish with bug eye body plan is holding strong. Actually, it's everywhere in the gene pool now, including a walking variety. Interesting. A fully aquatic, semi-aquatic walking variety. Wow, that is quite the mix of different species. With a large majority of 4 Paris. Let's check in at my favorite breeding spot near the volcano. Let's see what we got going on. Oh, so over here we've got all of the Etis and Etis varieties. Indeed. Ooh, including a large herbivorous version of the Etis varieties, which is the Atetops. Atetops. It's fully aquatic. And yeah, it's a direct descendant of Etis. So it is quite large. Oh, the Zavitops is also a Etis descendant. Also near the volcano. They have cone eyes and are fully aquatic. God damn, this game is so peaceful. I almost just fell asleep watching these guys try to wiggle along the ground. God damn it, they're proto-leafing. I mean, you'll collect enough sun, but you won't retain enough water with proto-leaves. Not for summertime, I don't think. They eat marine snow, animals, and plants. What an interesting diet. So they're sharks? Proto-sharks. What are they eating? Primarily plants. These ones are eating eggs. Oh great, we've got one of these versions of them. That's just fun. Damn, eggs eaten is second for them? They are primarily eating. These are the fucking meat eaters of this world. My goodness. Oh, they've developed proper fins. These are proto-sharks. They only eat meat and live animals. They only eat meat and live animals. They have crazy good vision. filter feeding variety, I guess. You've got proto-sharks on one end, and then you've got these omnivore land dwellers almost. On this side, they're technically still semi-aquatic. Because they're not quite equipped to handle the summer yet. They die out in summer if they're not back in the water. Interesting, new seed. I'm gonna get a coffee. I'll be right back. And watch the cicadas in the trees for me. Chat.
Alright, howdy chat, I'm back. Please don't tell me I missed a flight. I'm almost positive these guys are gonna fly at some point. Positive these guys are gonna fly at some point.
Okay, interesting. The snow eaters are second now. And there's 970 of the locators. Lodocators. Bodicators are 26. Gorcators are 24. Lodocators are 29. And then more regular looking fish are on the second page. Third page is even more regular looking fish. Fourth page is all the weird looking fish. Fifth page is some of the weird looking, a lot of normal looking fish and one of the walkers. Which is good to see that they're still stomping around. And it's much of the same for the rest of the pages. I'm most interested in the Boticators because they appear to be adorable sound. Getting a lot of their eggs eaten. I believe they are dying out because their eggs are getting eaten. And they're trying to go on land. Old age should always be cause of death number one. But if it's not like in the 80s or 90s or like 70s, then they're probably gonna die out. Breathes air! Okay, these ones are fully land dwellers. But they lay their eggs in the sea, that's the problem. That's where a lot of the sea egg eaters are. A lot of the egg eaters are in the sea, you silly pants. Very few of them are on land. If you just laid your eggs on land, like you breathe on land, you would probably not be dying out. You goofy goobers. They still have that crazy vision. Okay, interesting. That one died quite young. Was it eaten? I'm confused. It's crazy how, like, in a millennia, things change around here. This used to all be Mercium, Fidus, and maybe the occasional gigafish. And now it's mostly the Lotocators and their offshoots. I mean, this game's pretty intuitive. If they look like the Lotocators, they're probably descended from the Lotocators. Or if they're like smaller Lotocators that are a different color, they're probably baby Lotocators. See, like that one looks like a Lotocator, but it's a different color. It's a relative. Ooh, a herbivorous relative of the Lotocator. Interesting. the seaweed that was living here go? There's some of it. Did they eat all of it? Is that why they all migrated somewhere else? They ate all the seaweed? Crazy. I kind of assumed seaweed would grow back, but I guess not. No weird island shenanigans yet. Sag. No weird pond animals yet. Also Sag. Plenty of coastal trees. Trees a bit dying out. Don't know what that's about. I was about to say that's the smallest looking seaweed I've ever seen, but it was just growing. Camera's a little hard to control in case you can't tell by the frantic way I've been moving it around. Sometimes it's very precise, like just then, and other times not so much. I want to keep part of the right side in frame, because animals that are trying to get into the pond will go up along here. And also that way I can keep an eye on that hill. Every time I see a pink line appear on that hill, I know that there's trees growing over there. Or really just a line. As long as it's a line, it doesn't have to be pink. In fact, I'm kind of hoping they turn from pink to something else. They've gone from pink to purple here, so I'm kind of hoping they change color again. I assume that a different color will help them a lot. And they do seem to be getting darker in color, so... Green will probably work quite well for them, because green is the color of cacti in most places, or like a dark green, almost teal. Some succulents are black, so they could also go that route. I don't know if you can get succulents in this game, but I know you can get a lot of different leaves. and seeds and roots, and some of them are better or worse at handling harsher climates. So it is now the rainy season. I was curious to see if they were different species of tree, given that they're both purple. They are. It's the cold climate right now. Cold, rainy season. And we're almost in the 13th millennia. 100 years away. And we are currently in what is essentially autumn. Bit of increased heat and wind. Or spring, I guess.
occurs to me I made a false assumption about this planet, which is that the sun rises and falls in the same place as it does on Earth in an earlier stream.
But in actual fact, it's seems to set and rise in the same place. I don't know if that's physically possible on a round Earth, but I mean, unless it's two suns, I guess that would explain why it's so fucking hot. About over halfway to almost halfway to a second millennium, 13th millennium, over halfway. Huge. Crazy. At one point we were struggling to get this many trees on the whole planet, and now we're getting this many trees consistently in one spot. Meanwhile over here we're actually getting even more trees. And the craziest bit about that is that there isn't even life over there to spread them. And then you go down somewhere like here where there's definitely life that can spread it. And it's the same number of trees again. And then you go over here. There's fucking trees over here too. Go a bit further down the coast. And you got trees along here too. Including some that are almost fully aquatic. Die off during summer, of course. Come along here, you've got some as well. The islands still don't have any trees. This coastline has some water trees. And the seaweed has returned here. Thrilling. Riveting shit. Don't know why I'm being sarcastic. I love this game. I don't know why that sounded sarcastic. I seriously do. Except for when it auto-saves like that and I think it's crashed. That's a little freaky. But I can live with it. Okay, those trees also die off during the summer. Or what is essentially summer on this planet. I want to hover over one of these spots for a while and actually see like multiple I know that's the definition of multiple trees right there. But I mean like trees just keep replicating. Because that's the sign that they're actually taking hold and not just going seasonally. We need year-round foliage for animals to start moving onto land. Grass or something, even, would work. Just any form of constant greenery. Or, I guess, pinkery. In this case.
This thing is perfectly adapted to live in this planet. Good temperature control. Has attack speed. It has attack speed. You can handle the entire planet's seasons because it is both resistant to negative 15 and a max of 25 degrees respectively. Pointy teeth give it +3 attack, so it is pretty efficient at killing. It has a omnivorous, pretty broad diet. However, it is getting its eggs eaten by its own offshoot, which is a little embarrassing. It has developed these two traits, which is pretty good. And it hasn't lost the crazy bug field of vision, which is also pretty good. It can't actually breathe air, so if it goes on land it suffocates. And I don't really know what else to say about it other than it's developed pretty good traits. If you see food go towards it, is always a good trait to develop early. That means that it will actively hunt down food. And if you feel pregnant attack is definitely better, but it's also not the worst. These bigger yellow ones are actually eating its babies though, so that's a little awkward. And it seems to have developed a lot of the same adaptations. Which means we may see a rise of the Gorkator. But they're both technically egg eaters and meat eaters, and they both technically have the same, like, predatory trait, so could go either way, honestly. Trees are getting pretty far up that mountain. Whoa! And fish are in this pond now. Locators. Lodocatus made it into this pond. So we might see some convergent evolution. Hopefully of the Lodocatus developing in this pond. Something unique to them, which would be cool. I wonder which side they eventually came from. Because they could have gone the easiest route for them to take, which I don't know if they necessarily do take the easiest route, but they could have gone up over this hill or across this sandbank, which is not actually sand, that's a misnomer, it's mostly rocks. Does rock bank, I guess? I don't know. But cool, convergent evolution. Here we come. Finally. Been waiting 13 fucking millennia for something to take this bond. Give or take a few millennia. This game does do, if you're playing it this way, it does a great job of making you feel like an exhausted god. Which is always something I love about sim games, feeds the god complex. For legal reasons, I'm joking. God complex bad. Bonk bonk. But anyway. I'm probably gonna leave it off here. I am getting sleepy. Do I have a Discord bot? No, I do not. I don't know why I thought that would work. I truly, I don't know why I thought that would work. I haven't set up any bots. I don't know why I thought that would work. Again, I'm used to streaming on Twitch, where I do have bots that will just throw up the Discord for me when I do that. Instead, I will chuck down a link that never goes bad. And I will chuck it up here for you. There you go. There's the Discord. It's the best way to get notified of when I go live. I recommend giving it a join. Or subscribing, I guess, because I will be streaming a lot on here now. Probably this. And otherwise, I'm going to say adios to bon voyage if you're traveling, because it does mean safe travels. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, because I am getting sleepy. This game is too relaxing, and it is putting me to sleep. And I can rest easy knowing that there are trees in this pond, and also animals to make use of it. So, ciao for now. And I'll see you tomorrow.